you, please. Where are your teeth? Haggle head. I've seen all. I'm the shell of a man I once was. I have nothing left to me. I'm broken. Why? Why? What is this? What is this? What is happening to me? Done that yet?
Some things is having a bit of fun.
What do you mean, oh, this scene?
Leave it. Whoever's inside doesn't want an audience, and I don't want to fight.
Why are you laughing?
What the hell are you doing? Ruined. Smash. Oh, smash you!
Well. Oh my god, y'all are nasty. 100% for do it again. This is actually really adorable. In a... Yeah. Oh, he just purred in my ears, chat. Oh, I'm just picturing the Arbiter right now. I'm just picturing the Arbiter right now. Don't look at me like that! Tell me you didn't play Halo 2 and think of the Arbiter like that. Tell me. Any of you bastards that have done this with Mind Flayer have definitely thought about the Arbiter in a weird way. In a weird, confusing, conflicting way.
Did you know the with the and the did you ever have you ever I had a dream last night and there was a pool, so have you ever gone to a pool and swam in the pool and then the pool disappeared because the pool disappeared and then I was driving?
Why don't you show them how crazy you are? What are you doing? No. Show them how crazy you are. This is Boo. He's just a baby. He's such a piece of shit. But I love him so much. Look at him pretending like he's not crazy. Also, dink, mwah, teriara, mwah. No. Show them how crazy you really are, you absolute insane menace. Hello. Space. What was that? You know what's funny? I was looking down because I was doing my going live tweet, and I was like, who could that have been? I was like, that could have been, I feel like that could have been like 3 or 4 different people. And I would look up and I was like, yep, okay, that was Spades. Thank you so much for the 36 months. Wait, on God, is that 36 months? Hold on. Am I getting Twitch did it again? I don't think I've gotten a card for you for 3 years, right? But I gotta check because I've been twitched before. So I wanna make sure. No, Moon Course is our last 3 year. We got 3 anniversary! This very excited! Hi everybody! Hold on, let me catch up and mustard on these kisses. Salted Loki, first. Spades, not first. Saucy Blake, mwah. Spades says a mwah. Cuties a button, mwah. Sushi guy, mwah. Kelly, mwah. Salted Loki, mwah. Beth, mwah. Rooster,
Yep, daily sub
goal. Hello? Daily sub goal is crazy. Thank you for the 1,000,000 bits. What the hecky? What the hecky? Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Moon Quartz. Don't make me kiss you in and or around your mouth. Rooster, caw. Mwah. Mad Eye, mwah. Spade, thank you for the 3 years. Ewok, mwah. Spade, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Kaya, mwah. Nikki, mwah. Nam, mwah. Ghost Gremlins, mwah. Asher Decay, mwah. And Jinx. I started drooling. Did you guys see that? I'm sorry. I just saw Jinx and I got like really excited. Jinx, mwah. That was weird. Oh, did I drool? No, that was weird. Anywho, am I like having a stroke? What's happening? Whoa! Oh, I want this one! I want this one! I want this one! Sorry. I picked a card for you, and then I saw this one. I was like, no, I want that one. Thank you very much for the 3-year resub. Okay, there's like a hair in my bra. It's tickling me. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta get that. It's like tickling the heck out of me. Oh, sorry, it's driving me crazy. What's happening? What are we doing? Thank you for the 3-year resub. Thank you for the 1 million bits, Moon Quartz. Black Belt. Mwah! Leon's Moans. Mwah. What's up, Essential Irish Cream? Essential Irish Cream, by the way. Did you know that you are literally the hottest, most tallest, most handsomest, most amazingest streamer, most amazingest person in this room, and you're literally my favorite person right now. Also, Kaya, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Can you give mommy some goddamn space? Jesus! Holy! Also, we're almost at a hype train. 20 seconds in the stream. Ooh, also, you can kind of see it. It's kind of dark, but you can see my D&D poster that I got from Gallery Panda! Exclamation point gallery. Yeah. So it's my D&D poster. I did put up my Mount Fuji poster, but I was a little shellfish, and I put it up behind my setup so I can look at Mount Fuji instead of you guys. So, anyhow, shout out to Gallery Panda. It's okay, Charlie Horsey, we love you. Someone ought to. Black Belt! I'll get him some treats, I suppose. Spade System. Oh, Spades, did you get my stream together invite? Happy Wednesday. Raven, did I say hello to you or did I ignore you? Hi there, Raven. You think you accepted it? Hold on, actually, let me double check. Yeah, you're in here. Cool. Perfect. Perfect.
Hello.
Hello? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you.
Sheesh, are we about to kiss right now?
What is happening?
17
Whoa,
months
that
no
was
way.
loud as heckies. Holy! Mystic Simba! Mwah. Otaku. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Mad Eye! Wait, thank you for the tier 2 for 27 months? And Mystic Simba, thank you for the resub for 17 months. No way! What the hecky? Thank you so much. And thank you guys very much for starting a hype train. Okay, so what if I take a shot today? I haven't had a shot in over 2 weeks. And it feels weird not having any Malort for 2 weeks. My blood is Malort free. What's up, damn? Are you hydrated? Yes. Yes. I do have to make some G Fuel though. I ate literally my blackened ribeye cook unity meal literally right before stream. Also Spades, thank you for the 3 years. Hold on. Actually, let's try something. Does this work? You see it better? I'm still working with my new setup. Spades, you're a Magmar because you're hot as fuck. Boo, 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 boo. Get it? Get it! All right, we're gonna get you your treat in 1 second. God. Thank you for joining my Spank Bank Bonder for 3 years. Right next to Moon Cards. Yep, yep. I like it, right, Gremlins? It's Rent. I love Rent so much. This is actually one of my favorite songs from Rent. I do! Kelly, the mods and I have been playing a campaign for the past, like 2 years, it feels like. I feel like it's been 2 years. I don't know. Kyle will tell me. Spades, how long have we been in this campaign? Also, my little nutmeg. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you for the 40 stream streak. Oh! Nutmeg, it's only better because you're here. Hey! Also, I did zoom in my camera a little bit, so hopefully my setup looks better. We'll see. What am I doing? Treats! Treats for the dogs. This is from Black Belt, so you have to do a karate kick for him, okay? Say up. Karate kick. Good boy. Say up. Good boy. Oh, it's not even shiny. Wait, what does shiny Sprigolino look like? What does shiny Sprigolino look like? It's actually just regular. Boop. Got it from Target for Christmas, like 2 years ago. Nutmeg literally know you. 500! Thank you for the 500 stream streak. Oh, you know what? Kelly, it was my first character. So I did... Oh, purple eyes? Oh, I wish. I think the blue light right above her gives her purple, but they're a pink. So I didn't really like... I don't know. I just kind of like did whatever for this first character because this is my only campaign I've ever played. It's my first campaign. And we've been doing it for 2 years, right? Her name is Gefilte Fish. First name Gefilte, last name Fish. And she is a tiefling druid. Circle of the Land, tiefling druid. And what are we, level 6 or something like that? She's a rapscallion, horny all the time. Get it? I don't know. She's weird. She's cool though. She likes to flirt with this. There's this one, what was it, like an ogre or something from like the first bar that we went to, like in the very beginning of our campaign. I can't remember her name, but I think about her a lot. At night, alone. What? Spades knows what I'm talking about. Anywho, Jesus. Mwah. Also, thank you very much for the 3 stream streak. I did make a new character that I made in Baldur's Gate. I also made her in Mines of Moria, which is like a Lord of the Rings game. And she's a dwarf. That's all I want to talk about her. She's secret. A tiefling cleric. A big old himbo lady. Yeah. I def got tiefling vibes. For me or for you? What's your character, Kelly? Also, first playthrough? Question mark. Also, hi, Willie. Willie, hope you're doing so good. Chilla, hope you're doing amazing. Willie, mwah! Thank you for the 4 I can't see. What's up, Queen Rain Beam? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Midweek check-in. How is everyone doing so far, and what are we looking forward to this weekend? We're going to be doing some shenanigans with Spade System today. Oh my god, thank you guys very much for the... Oh my god. Thank you guys so much for the hype train, by the way. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Marshmallow! Mwah! Rooster. What the hecky? Rooster! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs to Edward Pixels, Asylum, Takahiro Sukasa. I probably mispronounced them, so sorry. Final Dark Knight, V Frost, Dranish, Gentleman, Piarist, Joe, Jose! I can't pronounce that, I'm so sorry. Elika, and twice, I don't know how to pronounce anyone's names. I'm so sorry. I'm never such a smart man. Remy! Thank you for the 4 Kissy. You were way too kind. You already did things you're looking forward to? Well, what were you looking forward to, if you don't mind me asking? Irish Queen. Oh, sorry, your work right now. Hi, Panda Monster. Panda. Mwah! Thank you for the 4 Kissy. 12 days until your birthday, and 26 days till your kid gets here. That is so dope. I'm so excited for you, Willie. ×2, Essential Irish Queen. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 Kissy. Hi, Fawn. Sweetie. Mwah. Bravo Penguin. Mwah. Mira. Mwah. Marta. Mwah. Thank you guys for the 4 Kissies. Welcome in 300 kisses. Oh, we're streaming with Spades. Spade System. They are not streaming right now. I just want to go shout out streaming, by the way. They're not streaming right now. Oh, also, make sure you guys say happy belated birthday to Spades. It was their birthday on Monday. Erlen is a water genasi, way of the elements monk, and Ivy is a winter eledrin necromancy. Am I saying that right? Necromancy. Am I stroking out? Necromancy, right? Am I saying that right? Okay. Anywho, a water genasi sounds dope, by the way. That is so cool. Kelly, that's so sick. What the hecky? The first one was right. Narco Nazi! Shut the fuck up. Pin of shame. I don't have anything pinned right now, so you get the pin of shame. I don't know why necromancy sounds wrong. Rooster, let me know what color pussy you'd like for my pussy wall. I got pink, orange, salmon. I have pink, salmon, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, and purple. Now there isn't a streaming... Huh? Blue! Do you want light blue or dark blue? What are we doing? Who are we excited to see? Oh, Jasper's here. Do you want to pick a pussy for Rooster? Okay, well, Boo says purple, and Charlie said light blue. Dark blue. Okay, so... Nah, you guys, neither of you win. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, there it is. No. As a bitchy teen girl, and it's so fun role-playing her. That's actually really cool. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of like all over the place with Gefilta, but it's my first time. I'm learning her as I go. Nom, did you know you are so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome, and you are literally my favorite person in this entire room right now. And if anybody says otherwise, they're lying. Kisses from me to the doggies. You missed my BG3 character title? Wait. What do you mean title? Also love her name. Wait, which one? Mine? My Gefilta? Gefilta fish? We all love Gefilta. Wait, Kyle. Also, hi, Kyle. How long have we been playing D&D? Oh, Fawn. Fawn, let me get back to you. Oh, actually, Fawn, while I'm doing this, do you have any flavors that you love, or any flavors that you're like, God, I can't stand blueberry, or I can't stand, like, for me, I'm not a big lemonade fan, so are there any flavors that you want me to, like, stay away from? Is it 528, Rooster? I'm not crazy, right? Rooster _ 528? Yes, sir. Oh my God, I literally accepted your message, and I didn't read it. I literally accepted it and then didn't even read your message. That's so funny. My Baldur's Gate 3 character is a half-elf druid slut. That's their full title. Period. Oh, really? Okay, so there's not anything that, like there's not any, like, fruits or flavors that you particularly dislike. You're kind of, like, equal opportunity. Oh, you know what? I have one. Oh, okay. You're getting a Dizzy Kitty. Dizzy Kitty! But we're also going to have matching necklaces. Splash the wine on every door. Sorry, I put a Hobbit song in here. Don't mind me. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. Rooster! Caw-caw! You got a Dizzy Kitty. Look, he's, like, nauseous. I just want to do something different. Oh, we have to do a new row. I'm going to put you next to the Valentine's Day kitty. Or the Valentine's Day cards. Alright. So I have one in mind all ready for you for one. Because I think it was fucking delicious. It's called Stay Frosty Candy Apple. This was such a good flavor. If you've ever had those green apple caramel apple suckers during, like, Halloween time, it tastes like that, but without the caramel on top of it. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, I'm sorry, Jasper. I know you were there. My second flavor for you, rainbow sherbet. Because I don't think I've ever given anyone that flavor. And I think that'd be so good. Hi, Chloe! Also, I'm missing so many messages, guys. I'm so sorry. Nom, thank you for the 3 streak. Chloe, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Kyle, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. So, green apple sucker? Yeah, I'd say that, yeah. You have one of those in front of me? Wait, a green apple sucker? Shut up. No, you don't. Sunny, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Because words and I get scared, I'll get banned? Not here, Remy. Unless you're saying, like, a slur, you should be good. What's up, Rune Dragon? Rune Dragon, happy Wednesday! Disney Dream My Valley. Oh my god, I haven't heard that game in so long. 2 quests away, unlocking Pluto as a companion. Other than that, I'm going to be working my storage. No way. I've seen people play it. Not my bag, baby. I think the Disney characters kind of scare me, like Mickey and Donald and Goofy. They kind of scare me. I don't know, it's the animation or something. But it looks like a cute game. You get $5,000 per cheeseburger. You had to decide how many you want to eat in 24 hours. If you don't finish all of them, you get nothing. How many are you choosing? 8. I think I could eat 8. Are they like McDonald's cheeseburgers? Because those are like super flat and super thin. Or are they like gourmet restaurant cheeseburgers? If they're like Macca's, like McDonald's cheeseburgers, I think I could eat 8. If I'm like really hungry, I could do that. For $5,000 per cheeseburger? Jasper, are you shiitake my mushrooms right now? Are you actually shiitake my mushrooms? Get down. Get down. Get down. And if it was like a gourmet, like a restaurant, like a real burger, ooh, I don't even think I could do 4. Maybe 3. I think 3. No, if I'm getting paid $5,000, I'll eat 4. I'll absolutely eat 4. For $5,000? Oh, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. I can't afford cheeseburgers. McDonald's I probably could. Yeah, exactly what Kyle said. You'll get a warning. Enjoy your lurky turkey. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Fun fact, can you go. Was just rewatching season 1 of Wednesday, because I just watched season 2 of Wednesday last week. Jess, who is a wizard, she may or not might have eyes for Shadowheart, as she should, Jinx. Jasper, you little I don't know what he knocked down, but it sounded like really important. Oh, you're back up there. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. Chevy! Mwah, Reaper. Mwah, thank you for the forehead, Kiki. So, 69. Nice! I think I could eat 8 McDonald's cheeseburgers. Like, just like, not double cheeseburgers, right? Just like regular ones. If I'm getting paid $5,000, I would do it. Really? Marsh, what did you see someone actually do the challenge? Like, how many burgers did they eat? Exactly, Loki. I think that's why I'm, like, so grateful for Cook Unity, because I'm just like, ugh, I don't have to spend money on food, you know, besides Cook Unity. How's my head bang? Oh, my God. So, my sleep schedule has been really messed up. I've been going to sleep around, like, 10 a.m. and waking up at, like, 1 p.m. So, I'm getting about 3 to 4 hours of sleep every day, if I'm lucky. But today, this morning, at about, like, 9 a.m., like, right before I went to bed, my head was hurting so badly, it felt like the first week. It feels fine now. I just took that, like, goodie powder that you guys told me to take. But yeah, this morning was really, really bad. Your dog looks so sad and betrayed, as he should! Just kidding, I love him. I could go for a burger right now. Yo, shout out to your 69-inch PB, Jinx. I just spilled Coke all over my desk. Oh, Asher, I would literally cry. I literally just redid my entire setup. I cleaned my desk. I cleaned everything. Like, not just dust. I wet cleaned everything. Oh my God. I would cry if I spilled something on my desk right now. I'm so sorry. If I could eat 2 whole pizzas one sitting. Oh, I don't think I could do 2 whole pizzas. I could do a whole pizza. But I can't. Not even 5,000. Like, if I got paid $5,000 per pizza, I do not think I can do 2 pizzas. No, even if I, like, didn't eat for a while. No, I don't think I could. Justice for Charlie. Shut up! Oh, enjoy your nap! Oh, W Zoo. Oh my God. My mouse speed is through the... Oh, really? What DPI do you have, Asher? C spades, yeah. Oops, my eating disorder. What was I gonna say? Oh, so we're gonna do PTB with Spades. The only way Spades was able to convince me to do this, by the way, because I literally have made like numerous tweets saying I'm not doing collab. Spades, I am waiting for someone to. Spades, for the record, I am excited for this, just so you know, because we're gonna be playing without comms. And that was like my only like caveat to being able to do this, because I'm so burnt out. Like I don't think I could possibly go in comms and stream at the same time. And I've turned down so many people for like killer duos and like just like playing DBD together, because I'm just like, I cannot collab. I can't do it. But Spades is so sweet. They're not streaming right now, so I don't have to worry about, even if they were streaming, they would still be super understanding with me, but I don't think I'd be able to like, because when I stream with one other person, I'm very conscientious of like of their time as well. And you guys know I'm a yupper. Moon Quartz, I'm literally gonna get that message, or someone's gonna like unfollow me or unfriend me because of this. I know 100%. Like, I was making a tweet and was like, if someone actually gets mad at me over this, and that's their problem, you know, that's their fucking problem. And Spades, true. But I'm a yapper, right? And I know Spades like gets me. Like, Spades is a mod. Like, Spades gets me. And Spades is one of my best friends. Like, Spades understands. I'm a yapper. And so I think that's why I was able to like to be like, you know, yeah, no problem. Let's do that. And then also no comms. Because I not because I don't love hearing Spades' voice in and around my ears, but I wouldn't be able to handle more than the many voices that are already in my head right now. Oh my god, Kyle. Oh my god, were you here? Who was it? Who was it last on Monday who played I Came? The sound alert, which is Spades' entry sound into a Discord call. I literally, like, I can't remember, I think like 2 people clipped it, where I like literally look at the game, because I'm just like, am I in a Discord call with Spades? You see like this mass confusion. Oh, you did clip it! Okay, so you were here for that. You just see me like, oh, am I in a Discord call? I thought I blacked out. So, that was funny. Anywho, what are we gonna do? What is it? Mwah. Thank you for the my face. It was such a good face, though. Hi, YMBC. A fugue state. Oh my god. It's pronounced fugue, right? I've never actually said that word. I've only ever read it. Is it fugue or fugu? It's definitely fugue, right? It can't possibly be fugu. I went into a fugu state. Although I'm going to start saying it like that now because it's funny. Streaming, DVD, and comms be too overstimmy. Kelly, it truly is. Moon Quartz. Thank you for the bar, I can't see. Fuga. Fuga! Alright, what are we doing today? I'm sorry. So, this is my, like, really soft shirt, because it's, like, that like, athletic spandex shirt, and, it's really soft, and my boobs are really squishy, and I'm not doing a sponsor stream right now, so I'm just very, like, honk honk. They don't call them fun bags for nothing. Anywho, what are we doing today? I'm going to open up DBD. We're going to do some PTB stuff, because I'm going to look at the new map, see the new Survivor, look at all the new Trickster stuff. Spades and I are going to do some custom stuff, so we don't have to worry about QA-ways or anything. And then we're going to uninstall the PTB, reinstall live servers, and, well, hopefully my internet won't die, because that's going to be fun. And then we're going to play Killer GB8. You just gotta grab them. You read it like bugle? So, fugle? Fugle? Yep. Oh, okay. Let's open up the game. Steam. One song to leave behind. Fight. Rosaria! Sorry, preemptive forehead kissy. Oh, I just realized that this was still the pinned comment. Alright, what should be the pinned comment for the day? Oh, and you know what? Gabby! Thank you for the forehead kissy. What should be the pinned comment? Should it be G Fuel? Oh, the Ghostface G Fuel is sold out for the pre-order, but it'll probably come back. So if you guys did miss it, it'll probably come back. Wait, what was your vibe? Was a little buggy for me. I had to launch live game 3 times before it actually opened. Oh, really? Okay. That's really good to know. Thank you. Wait, what was your vibe? I missed it. Oh! Oh, I pinned your tiny vibe? Is that what we're call? Is that what the kids call it these days? Butts. Shut up! Did you open that? Wait. Oh, they get here Saturday. Sorry. You just opened them. You just ordered them on Monday. Of course they're not here yet. So stupid. So stupid. I'm very excited. Saturday. Whoa! Ew, ants. My exactly. First name Rar, last name Raven. Thank you so much for the 32 months. Oh wait. Oh, you know what? I have to change all my settings again. I think I fixed my PC issue or my monitor issues I was having. I did fix the hertz. Actually, hold on, let me check this. I did. Okay, cool. I did fix the hertz issue. It was at 60 hertz instead of, I think it's like 144 hertz now. So hopefully I won't have any more like lag or screen tearing. So yeah. Ugh. I don't know why I get so mad when I see this stupid bean poll on oh, I forgot about this. On the top I don't know why I fucking hate Jim Bean. But Raven, thank you for 32 months! Enjoy your 90. Come up! Your 90 emotes ad free view and you so bad. W Prime. Oh, shut up! That's actually super cute, Asher. Hi, Rosaria! Okay, I just didn't want you to think I was doing. No, Rosaria, you're totally fine. I hope you're doing amazing. We're actually about to poop into the PTB right now. I totally forgot that there's the these cosmetics. Oh, ew, Nicolas Cage looks so funny. Oh, Talita. Oh my god, stunning. Stunning? Oh, she looks so scary. The Handmaster. Oh! Karasu looks so. Oh, Freddy looks dope. Nurse looks kind of weird. Oh, Larry. Well, Plague looks dope. Twins. Xenomorph looks funny. Oh, V. I saw this on Twitter. Little tongue out. So cute. Ooh, Zarina. That is not a good angle for you, Angel. So cute. Daryl. Oh, that's cute. What's this one? Half a ghoul. Oh, that's cool. I never really looked at things. Anywho, all right. Obviously, I'm joking. I don't know. What should we put on? It doesn't matter. We're not gonna actually go to live service, but okay, we'll put it here. Yes, sir. All right, cool. Anyhow. Oh, whoops. And then, what's the one that I'm using right now? Is it this one? Is that the one I'm using right now? In live servers? I don't remember. No, it's this one. This is the one I'm using right now. That's right! Prestige awards and some are missing, and will be released on release date. Oh, there's some that are missing in the PTB? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. To have people play killers other than the Trickster. Oh, no, Rosaria, Spades and I are gonna do, custom. What's up, Haku? Haku, happy Wednesday, my dudes. What are we doing? Play. Custom game. Right? Yes! Okay. Wait, should I play as Trickster? Or should I do Survivor? Well, we could do both of them. Okay, well let's just start off as Trickster, eh? Oh, are there more cosmetics? Oh, hello, lobby music. What cosmetic should we get for him? This one's so dope. Let's do this one. This is so sick. This one in the Rift, right? That's so sick. Okay, let's do that one. Oh yeah, so I'll do Survivor first, or I'll do Killer first, and then we'll do the new Survivor, because there is a new Survivor, no? Right? Yeah, okay. So we'll do Killer first. And then we'll do the new Survivor. I'm not gonna do any... I don't have anything. That's fine. Do not care about perks. Oh, it doesn't bug out? I saw staggies. I'm hoping that doesn't happen either. I saw that, Loki! How sick is that? New animations and voice lines. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll do both. Haku! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Like you have with the fast cues, PTB is a bit dead. Oh, we're just gonna do custom games because we just want to explore the map really, and then yeah, because I don't want to worry about like QA wait times, you know. Chrissy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Ooh, I thought I was gonna wait. Did I not pick the map? You guys saw me pick the map, didn't you? I literally picked the... Did it reset when I swapped back from Survivor to Killer? Oh! Wait, did I not click that? Oh, it did it again! Look, look, look! Look! It won't let me... Oh, it must be broken. Well, let me try something really quickly. I can't do a custom on this, damn. Well, let's... Oh, yeah. Actually, spades, perfect. I was actually gonna suggest that. Thank you. Yeah. See if it works for you. I was like, I know I picked the map. Mushroom Mama! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, kizzy. God, look at that skin. Loki, does this make you feel things? The skin is sick. I'm pretty sure this is from one more recent rift. Ah, so it's only the new map. This is your favorite skin? Perfect. So it's only the new map? Damn. Oh, it's all maps? Well, heck, spades, do you want to just try, to get into... Because I do want to see the new map for myself, because I haven't looked at any content for it, because I wanted to see it for myself. Okay. Well, let's just do... Oops. Hold on. Let's just might as well... I don't care if we go against the Killer or not. If we go against Trickster or not. Who do I want to play as? Look, give me Gabriel. Where's Gabriel? Oh! No, I need my helmet! Perfect. Okay. Do I care about my loadout? Do I? Wait, what's the new character's name? Let's play him. Holy shit! What is the music? What the hecky? What's up, Cool Cam? Mwah, thank you for the forehead, kissy. That's so annoying that they, that we can't do the, map and custom games. I wonder if anyone's reported it in the bugs yet. I guess it's not gonna matter. Tae Young? Is it Tai Young or Tae Young? Retcon, both him and Yunjin have their names properly displayed. Last name, first name, but they didn't retcon any other Asian characters. Interesting. Go away. Go away. Oh, he has other cosmetics too? Hold on. like the bloody. See that? Space. I just saw your message. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright, Cool Kim. How are you doing? Tay like Tay? Okay, cool. Fung Min. Her first name is Min, but it's super disrespectful to call her just Min. But they just undid that because people kept thinking Fung was her first name. Oh, username is not listed as Kimura Yui. Though if they're retconning for Yoon Jin, I think they need to retcon all Asian characters. That's interesting that they like would only like select some of them. Also, let me know how the audio is. I don't know. I just assume that something's gonna be messed up. Wouldn't be a Pixel stream without that. Facing the Dark Lord. But we are on the new map, right? You guys did see me pick that playlist? I don't know. I'm blacking out. I'm blacking out. Do you guys want to hear my Snapple fact? Australia is wider than the moon. You know what else is wider than the moon? My ass! Ladies. Woo! Woo! Oh my god. Whoa! What the heck? This is a really bright map. Holy! This is so... what I love, I think, most about this is that this is literally my color aesthetic. With the blues, the purples, and the pink. This is literally, like, what my logo is made out of, and, like, my lights that I use every day. This is, Look at the hooks! The hooks are sick! Oh, cool, cool, cool. No, I'm gonna keep looking around. Fuck that. Look at this little car. Oh my god, this is so cute. Wait, finish the gen? Okay. If you say so. Oh, here, you know what? I'll see if I can go and do this gen with them. Let's see what happens. What happens if they finish that gen? Ooh! The black, is it the black aura that you're talking about? Yeah, it is a very bright map. Holy. The screen changes. You were looking at the screen? Wait. What screen? Was that a Trickster pillow on that couch? Oh, I wasn't even looking! There's a giant screen. Oh, I was supposed to be looking at that? Oh, my man. This is so cool. Oh, I wonder if Trickster killed that man. Methinks he did. Whoa. Look at this map! Holy! This is a crazy map. Oh my god. God palette, by the way. Huh, okay. Well, they're doing that. Look at this little guy! Oh! Plants vs. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh no! That was so cute! Wait, does this one do it too? Oh. Boo. Sorry, I forgot we're playing a video game. Hello, love. Oh, is this Shaq? This has to be Shaq, right? That had to be Shaq, right? What a weird Shaq. You know what? I'm gonna stay away from... Try to stay away from there. Whoa. Listen, brother, I have no clue where to go. Listen, brother, I don't know this map yet. Hold on. Whoa! Oh, isn't there like a drop a pallet 50% faster or something? Oh, that is not a tile where I want to be at. This is fine. Oh, I didn't know he was right there! Alright, it's fine. I like this tile. I feel very comfortable with this tile. I like this one a lot. Oh. Oh! Are we at an infinite? Soul vault that so I can keep this. Oh, just kidding. Wah! Ah! I like that tile. It would be an infinite if I was good at this game. That was a fun tile. Holy shit, Taki mushrooms, Batman. Very, very cool tile. Strong loop. I feel like if I had played that better, or if this wasn't my first time on this map. Oh, look, are my auras blue? Because I forgot you can change auras now, right? Is it under accessibility? No. General. UI HUD. Shut up. Go away. Stressing me out. Shut up. Damn cat. I've never even like looked at these buttons before. Huh. Tutorial. It's under beta. Oh, hi, Sleepy Toulouse. Beta. Are you guys calling me a beta? I'm joking. That was a really fun loop. I want to go back. What do my perks do? When you gain elusive. Whenever you finish healing the obsession, they gain elusive for 30 seconds. When the trial starts, you're less likely to be the obsession. You blast and cleanse 10% faster. You heal. Oh, whenever a generator is completed. Oh my god. I kind of like... Oh god! My bad, sorry. I forgot you have to press tab to get out of that now. Hey, Dracula, Gus Rymat again. Alright, I guess I'll go over here then. I'm an alpha? Pixel Beta Kitten is crazy. How come your FPS limit is at 60? Pretend like I'm totally stupid and I don't know anything about tech or anything at all. What is it supposed to be at? Amaya! Mwah. Thank you for the 4. I can't seem sorry, I'm just singing that. DB bugs out sometimes over... Okay, so like, pretend I'm like super dumb and I wouldn't know anything. Pretend like... Wait, so what should it be at? I was about to say, remember what my PC is like, guys. What does it go up to? Like 120? Wait, I'm gonna leave. Because I know he's coming. There he is. More flashing bugs at higher ping. What? It should be at the highest that your PC can handle? Okay, so you're telling me I should lower it then, Fawn, is what you're telling me. Guys, you know my PC's ass, right? Oh, let me flashbang save you. I'm joking. You don't kick the gen? Yo, Dweeb! Yo, bad boy Birch. Mwah. Dweeb. Mwah. Also, Dweeb, thank you very much for the 30 stream streak. 1 frame per second. We'll do that for, No. Oh! Yay! 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 Doggy! Doggy! Oh, that's nice that he wanted to. He didn't want to kill Ada's whore, but he wanted to kill DARC. That's funny. Yay, puppy! Okay, what is with my keyboard? So I got the new Corsair Galleon Elgato whatever keyboard. Its settings keep change. So like I have it set on my Stream Deck panel, which is the home button. Oh. Oh, spades. You're gonna make him mad. You're gonna make him mad! I'm going back to my tile. Oh yeah, I was about to say, get spades, not me. Get spades, not me. As Omni's right, people used to go into the game files and change their FPS and then complain about the game bugging out. They did fix it somewhat, but some bugs. Bugs exist in Dead by Daylight? My PC is below your specs, and I run it locked 120 FPS, which is max. Do you do that while you're streaming too? That's right. That's right. We are here again, my friend. I'm actually gonna do this, try to extend it a little bit. It did sound like you broke it. Okay. Let's go over here. We haven't gone over here yet. Oh, here's a god palette right here. Ah! That scared me. I love doing that. It is cool. Hello. Howdy! What's up, Chaotic Wolf? Thank you for the 4 I can't see. High FPS is great, but 60 is fine too, in my opinion. Listen, as long as the game looks okay to you guys, I'll take it. I'll take it. I really want to get this goddamn gen done, guys. Oh, is it done? I'm gonna do it without me. Oh, wait, did I do it? Wait, did we already finish our gen? Wait, I haven't been over here yet. Oh, a generator. Oh, this is a cool little area. This is a cool little area. There's no progress. This is not the generator you're looking for. Good boy. I do screen record though. Oh, hell yeah! Screen recording. It's very smart, tall, talented, and handsome of you. I kind of want to like look more at the map. Jen, that's the dream. So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna record a little video later when Spades and I get into 2v8. When we play as Killer, I'm gonna have my Teabagger G Fuel locked and loaded. And I'm going to take a shot, which is I'm going to take a sip of G Fuel, every time I get teabagged by a survivor. And I'm going to make that a YouTube video. So that's going to be fun. And because I'm so ass at Killer, and it's been months since I've, like, played Killer, that I'm sure it's going to go horribly. Well, G Fuel is an alcoholic, so. I think we'll be okay. Henbane, I got your, Oh. That was very convenient. Henbane, I got your gift, by the way. I just wanted to finish it, Jen. About time. It's been 2 days. GG's. Yo, Bobby! GG's. Oh, thank you for the pets. That's so cute. What a cutie pie. All right, let me open up this gift from Henman. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Angel. Oh, you guys can't even hear the lobby music anymore. Oh! Wow. Oh, it's so tiny! Look at it. An unexpected cookbook. The unofficial book of Hobbit cookery. Chester pudding, Yorkshire pudding. What is happening? Doe! Is that the hot, the very tall, the very talented, the very handsome Doe Vamp? Thank you so much, and a raid! Welcome in! Oh my god, hi Raiders! How was your stream? Welcome in. We just did our first game, well, my first game in 2v8. I just did my first game in the PTB. We're about to go do the 2v8 killer games. Hi, Doe. How is your stream? Everybody go follow Doe right now, or I swear to God, I'm gonna suck on your toes, and not in a nice way. Suck on your toes in a really weird, awkward way. So it's awkward for everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is PixelxKitten. I am a variety streamer, DVD creator. I don't know how I got in that, but I'm very grateful. I just did my first PTB game. Very, very cool. We did the new map. I love the new Survivors perks. I think they're great. And the map looks amazing. Very fun. And we're going to be doing PTB stuff either now or shortly. Play some Killer. I haven't played Killer in like 84 years, so it'll be great. So how was your stream? Were you doing 2v8? Welcome in. Also, I just got gifted this from Henbane. It is a Hobbit cookbook filled with like, I wouldn't say Hobbit themed, but like Hobbit adjacent foods. Look at this. Lavender and lemon bread. My mouth is literally salivating. Look at this. Yeah, Henbane got this off my throne wish list. So what the hecky? Thank you so much. Okay, but that lavender and lemon bread looks so good. Shortbread. Hot buttered scones. Hot buttered scones was my nickname in college, so. Stewed rabbit. Stewed rabbit? There's only one thing to do with a couple of conies. Strawberries and cream bread. Ugh. Can you guys tell I love bread? Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys! When are you gonna marry me? Oh my god, these look so good. Hey, second breakfast! Let's go! Oh my god, this is so cool. Thank you so much, Henmei. This is very, 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 very cool. I really want to try that bread. I've never made bread before. Ooh. Honey cakes? Holy! Man, all this bread looks so good. I want it all. Oh man, thank you so much, Henbane. I really appreciate it. Also, please, everybody go follow Doe. Doe, please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. I don't remember how I thought of it, and I didn't know it was a thing either. Looked up and you can. Fun interesting thing about me. Wait, what is a Henbane? Besides McSarumans. Yeah, shout out to the ever popular McSarumans restaurant. Good evening, Dandy. Good evening. Yeah, what is a Henbane? I've never heard of that before. I know of a Wolfsbane. Should we do a raid trailer? Okay. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like
barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick?
Thanks, Joe! You know what's funny? I was actually just looking at some old pictures, and I was like, I do miss the green hair a little bit. Get overwhelmed. Alright, let me see. Ugh. Let me see if I can swap back to live servers without my stream shutting down completely. Let's see. My stream might shut down. We'll see. Oh, Dell! Thank you! What's up? Yup! Yup. I hope we're doing so good. Happy Wednesday! Oh, it's a plant? Oh, that makes sense, because Wolfsbane's a plant, so that makes sense. So, Doe, don't hate me. But this is, a shade called Mrs. Norris from the ColourPop X Safia Nygaard collab that they did in, like, 2020. And I just started using it end of 2025. So, they don't make this color anymore, and I'm very, 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 very sad about it. But, I'm looking for dupes, so if anybody knows of any dupes, let me know. Kat Von D. Bow and arrow. Done. Thank you. Because I'm getting very close to being done with this shade / flavor, and I'm very sad about it. What's up, Sick? Sick, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. Do you really? So it'll be like we're kissing. And less than 30 days to PAX East! Ugh. Is anyone going to PAX? I've never gone to a PAX ever. But to be fair, I've only, like, I live in Chicago, so PAX is always, like, super far from me. You are? Ugh, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. My dream convention to go to is PAX, E3, RIP, and New York Comic Con. Yeah. Bitch, what'd you say? I'm joking. He keeps yelling at me. No way! Well, I hope you love it, Sick. Had you already started it? Did you really? We love O'Hare. What's up, Newt? Newt. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, I don't need to change my stream title. What's up, Nav? Ghostly Raven. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. We are waiting for my game to update. It was at 3% last I checked. Oh, it's at 23% now. Okay. I'm gonna go get a shot glass. Do you guys mind? No way! But you got it? Sick. You got the job? You're at 21 patching? I'm at 26 patching, so okay. So probably about the same. Oh, that's okay. The puppy cam I just changed my entire setup. Like, my desk is all different, my webcam's all different, my monitors are all different, so I'm still getting used to it. But, what did you just say? Rolls in the chat in a straight jacket, by the way. What's up, Green Reaper? But this is Boo. Boo, say hello. So cute. And then there's this fucker. Hello, Jasper. Should I get a shot glass? No way. Sick. I'm so happy for you. You still Boo? You can have it. He'll come crawling back to me, though. Yay! Wait, hold on. What's the sound of one hand clapping? Alright, I'm gonna go get a shot glass. I'll be right back. Oh. Wait, Jasper, come here. Alright. Sit. 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 Sit! No, stay. Stay. Okay, stay. Stay. Lay down. Okay. Stay. welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Jasper, my chair's so warm. Your butt is so hot. Thank you. All right, ads should be done now. Welcome back. What's up, Void Ghost? Void Ghost, welcome in. Oh, cool. You know what, Spades? It actually took not as much time as I expected. Jasper the Jester, truly. What does Loki call him? Timeshare Kitty? Which I think is my favorite name for him. 56%? I'm at 63% verified, so we're literally like the same pace, which is fascinating. All right, guys, it's been like 2.5 weeks since I've had a shot of Malort. I'm gonna take a shot. You guys mind? Do you guys mind? As a cheeky widow, thank you for being here, supporting me. Also, a big old tip of the hat. Moon Quartz for the 1,000 bits. Rooster for the 10 gifted subs. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Thank God I'm a big, strong lesbian and I could open this by myself. Alright. 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 Alright, Malort. Remember, you love me, right? Ugh. Ladies! You know what? Let me make my G Fuel really quickly. I am not going to open my Teabagger. I'm not going to open my Teabagger G Fuel right now. I'm actually going to just put in my... Where is it? My Nemesis tea instead, because it's the same flavor and it's already open. Yeah. So I'm just going to use my Nemesis tea. Same flavor, but it's already open. How exactly does the reworked Trickster perk work? Wait, what perk was reworked? I actually didn't even play as Trickster. I just played as the new Survivor. I did one game. And then we're going back to 2v8. Whoopsies! I didn't know one of his perks got reworked. Which one did? Which one got reworked? You know what? I lied. I think this one's actually gone bad. Oh, expired in 2024. Okay. Yep. I think we're gonna open the Teabagger. To go home, even after all the years away from what I'd known, I'm just a man. Deep down I would trade the world to see my son and wife. I'm just a man. Ah, not expired G Fuel. I like that. Oh god, that smells so good. Oh. No scooper luck though. Would you like to help? Like to help me find my scooper? You know, actually let's shake it up. Oh, I didn't know No Way Out got reworked. I'll take the expired ones. No. Crowd Control got reworked too. Wait, did all of his perks get reworked? I didn't know that. I don't remember who told me to shake the tubs to get the shaker on top or the scoop on top, but whoever told me that, thank you. Oh, God. It's so good. It's definitely more lemony than I remember it being. Iced tea plus lemonade. Was it Timothy? Probably, honestly. I'm on my wrong playlist. That's why all these songs are playing. It was like, why are all my personal songs playing right now? I'm on my personal playlist, not my stream playlist. Fucking idiot! So I was listening to my playlist before. I won't talk about it. Alright, I'm gonna take a shot of G Fuel. I'm gonna take a shot of Malort. I haven't had a shot in a couple weeks. Thank you guys very much for the bits, the tits, the follows, the wallows, the subbies, the wubbies. And thank you guys so much for being here.
Cheers.
Oh, that's delicious. Malort still tastes like ass. Who knew? Wake me up inside. Chip! Thank you for the 2 months?
Yes. The
Horn of
Helm
Hammer
Hand
shall sound in the deep one last time.
Let
Let us be the hour when we draw swords together. Fell deeds awake. Now for wrath, now for ruin, and the Red Dawn!
Fourth Aeolingos.
Wow, he said it right! Kyle, that's amazing! Fourth Aeolingos! No way, I didn't think he would say it right. That's so cool. Thank you, Chip, for the 2 months. Kyle, thank you for the 100 bit. Oh, get it, puppy. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Fawn, I got you. I wasn't even going to ask you on who you wanted me to give treats for. I know who you want to give treats to. Oh, Spades, let me check my game. Really? That's so smart and tall and talented and handsome of you. Alright, it's ready. Alright, I'm going to open it in a second. Ow! He got my whole ass finger in that. Owie! There we go. That was definitely more gentile. Ow! Can I have one, please? Would you like a oven roasted chicken flavor? Cleans teeth and freshens breath? I need to get more. Oh my god, Spades, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Yeah. Oh, someone came into chat. Hold on, I didn't say hello to you. Hold on. I was wincing from the shot. What's up, Huntress? Huntress Fork. Sorry, I was mid-shot when I saw you. What's up, Adrian? Oh my god, Adrian, you have nothing to apologize for. You guys being here is incredible to me, right? But also never expected. Never expect you guys to be here. So thank you very much for just popping in and saying hello. Don't let me die here. Must be shot more. I hope you're doing very well. Happy Wednesday, my dudes, or Thursday, depending on your time zone. Midweek check-in. How's everyone week been so far, and what are we looking forward to this weekend? Why does this pill taste like booty cheeks? What pill is it? Oh, me too, Adrian. I'm also Central Time Zone. You're off tomorrow? Oh, hell yeah. Do you have anything special planned for your day off, or is it a nice rest and relaxation day? Prednisone. Prednisone sounds familiar. I don't know what that is, though. It is a weak anti-fox. That does not sound like it's good. I hope you're okay. The steroid. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, good morning, Fawn. Well, so, since I rearranged my desk and I've been cleaning my basement is like, I'm like this close to being able to show you guys the rest of my basement. Not that close, not that close. It's still quite messy. But I almost to the point where, like, my basement is, like, completely clean. And I think Jasper is just, like, really gagged about all, like, the space and room for activities that he has. So he's got, like, a wee bit of zoomies. So I think he's just, like, super excited about mommy finally cleaning my basement. Sweet. Yikes. I'm so sorry. Oh. Henty Fox, come here. Well, unless you guys don't want a hug, but hugs. Anybody who needs a hug, big hug to you. Unless you guys don't want it, you guys can double give it to the next person, but I'm thinking about you, Auntie Fox. I'm sorry to hear that. Ugh. I think steroids are good for anti-inflammatories, yeah? I don't know. I've never taken a steroid. All my gains are I'm joking. Spine specialist. Oh my god. I had a dream I had my first concussion. Oh my god, that made me think of you. I literally, you know what? I think you were actually in my dream. Hold on. I don't think I have my lizard on. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think I have my lizard on. You were in my dream. And I had a concussion, and it was my very first concussion, because I've never had a concussion before. And still haven't, by the way. This is a dream. And, that's not a dream. That's a nightmare, actually. And I remember talking to you about it, because I'm just like, Spades, what do I do? I had a concussion. What do I do? Ooh, ear infections and lung infections. Jesus Christ. Lizard. Also, what's up, Smoky Dragon? Double all the hugs and give them to Chloe. I have a lizard stuck in my head. Fire King. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Shut up, Dandy! Oh, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. My, like, ideal weight is to get, like, 200 pounds. That's my goal weight for me. I'm not in the mental place for me to try to lose weight at the moment because I love food so much, and food is my vice, I'd say. Food makes me happy. And I've been very, very depressed recently, so, like, people keep asking me. So I've been working out 162 days in a row, right? Today will be 163. I just haven't worked out yet. Of working out in a row. And people keep asking me, like, oh my god, you must have lost so much weight. And it's like, yeah, I've lost like 30 pounds. It would definitely be more if my fat ass wasn't so depressed and ate my feelings every day. But I digress. So it's like, people keep asking me, it's like, oh, how much weight? I was like, I'm not doing this to lose weight, you know? Like, I'm doing this because, you know, I'm autistic and I like, I don't know, doing something to be active, you know? And I think people are, like, frustrated with me because they, like, want to know, like, oh, you, like, they want to hear, like, oh, I lost 100 pounds in 2 days by doing the bare minimum, because that's what people want to hear, you know? People want to hear that I did the, you guys are distracting me! People want to hear, like, easy things, right? Honestly, if I didn't use food as a coping mechanism, for my depression, I probably would have lost close to like 50, 60 pounds, but I like food too much. But I have lost 30 pounds in this 162 days, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, right? Half a year? Is it half a year? I don't know. Aw, thanks, Henbang. No, you. Hey, Mama J. Ah! Thank you for the forehead kiss you. The lizard sounded like it came from beside me. I'm so sorry. Lizards do tend to do that. You've had 3 concussions, and one of them I gave myself. Oh my god. Yeah, I've never had a concussion, thank god. At least not that I know of. Food is one of the few things that still makes me hungry. I was actually just talking to Spades about this. Is that, also, hi, Girl God! I was just talking to Spades about this. Is that I also wouldn't have this issue with food if I wasn't neurodivergent, because there's some things that I crave as far as like a flavor or a texture. It's usually a texture that I crave, and if I can't find, I'll eat things until I can satisfy that texture craving or that like flavor craving. But if I don't have it, I'll just eat all these needless things I don't need. And I haven't eaten this order. I don't want to talk about it. Whatever, it's fine. I don't want to trigger anybody. But I don't know. I think that's the biggest frustrating thing. It's like, I wish, like, my brain knew. And I literally just talking to Space about this. It's like, I wish my brain knew what texture I crave so I could just go and eat that and, like, satisfy that texture craving, as opposed to, like, eating a million things and still not being satisfied. Oh, Dandy, I'm a big soda enjoyer, too, right? Oh, hi, Panda Pants. Hi, Slasher Bunny. Hi, Dragon Satisfies. How you guys doing today? Happy Wednesday. Wait, what's Greg's fawn? Is Greg some sort of like a European thing? Shedding weight too fast and very bad. That's true. That's very, very true. I don't think I lost weight very quickly though. I wouldn't say that. Slasher Bunny! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! You did say hello first. You're a good girl. Good girl. Thank you for giving us up to Peach Salad. Yummy, yummy. Brum Brum, Sydney Lou, Hemo Gabo, and Purple Peppers. Oh, those are fun names. Thank you so much. Slasher! Let me know what color pussy you like. Pink, salmon, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Everyone say hello, Slasher Bunny. Everyone go give a follow to Slasher Bunny. Did you drink all the Malort? I just took 1 shot now. It's my first shot in like 2.5 weeks. How's my time off? It was okay, and then not okay at the same time, because my head has still been hurting. Not as bad as the first week, but it's still pretty painful. Like, I got up to go get my shot glass a couple minutes ago, and my head was pounding a little bit. Dragon set up place. Thank you for the fire, Kiki. Oh, it's a British thing. British bakery shop known for their sausage rolls. What the fuck is a sausage roll?
Lizard.
Scared the heck out of me. Oh. During the work week, mostly water, a G Fuel, a protein, milk a day. I have been drinking a lot more protein shakes after I work out. No way! Slasher Bunny! Have you started it yet? I hope you enjoy. You know what's funny? I was showering today and I was thinking about Crystal. That game is so good. Sasha's Roll is my nickname in high school or college. Wait, Slasher Buddy, what color kitty cat did you want? What color a goody goat? Oh my god, Slasher Buddy. So Slasher Buddy won our Crystal giveaway, by the way. I can't wait to play it. Sandman. Salmon! I was so confused. I figured it out. It took me a second. I got there. Sandman. I got it. Took me a second. Lizard. You know what's another game I've been thinking about a lot too? Not Lizard. Almost choked on my dick. Outlast Trials. I've been missing some Outlast Trials, guys. Slasher Bunny. I don't think I've made a bunny one for you yet. This month. Oh, it's so cute. This is some big buck teeth. Hades? I've never played Hades. I'm thinking about Repo. Repo the Genetic Opera. Citrate comes in a little glass vial. A little glass vial? A little glass vial. I'm joking. I've never played Repo. Yeah, it looks more like a beaver, but trust me, it's a bunny! I have cheese-covered curly fries. What the fuck? And beer batter fish sticks? What the fuck? Can I come over? What's up, Rarina? I knew, Kyle. I knew that would get you. And if you're into Greek gods and our witchy stuff, it's super dope. Really? I did take a mythologies class in college. Rarina, I hope you're doing so good. Kyle, you're such a nerd. I love it. Bop on up to Wisconsin. Hell yeah, brother, I will. Shit! Alright, Spades. I'm finally getting to a game. Ew, who put Wraith on my game? I'm joking. What killer do I want to play as? Probably Nemesis, right? He is my second main. I'm gonna put Shadow on. But if Spades wants Shadow, I'll let them have Shadow. Oh, Loki, can you imagine? I'd cook for you any day. Wait, your brand new PC is expected to deliver on Friday? Shut up. Oh my god, I'm so excited for you, Bravo Penguin. Holy shit. But I might need that walking pad link because I've been pacing a lot lately. Wish my apartment is small. I'll send you the link. Just remember, I've had issues with it, but I haven't had an issue since this new replacement one that they sent me. Rarina, literally know you. I'm definitely struggling a lot. Mostly physically, because my freaking migraine I've had for over for about 2.5 weeks now. But it's fine. Leave right through the pain. I hope you are doing amazing. That's what's important to me. What's happening? Bengals! Hey, Dagos, thank you for the 17 months. What the hecky winky? Oh, well, that's 5 pounds, right, Dandy? You could totally do 5 pounds in a month. I'm very proud of you, Dandy. That's very, very cool for you. I'm very, very happy for you. I can make anything work. I'll do Shadow. Oh, no, you're totally fine. You're totally fine, Kyle. Planning for my sound campaign. Do your thing, Chicken Wing. I appreciate you. I'm so happy for you, Bravo Penguin. You deserve a win. Also, Fiberglass. Mwah. Kishu. Mwah. Thank you guys very much for the forehead kisses. I'm so sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. Out for you if I could. Rarina, thank you so much. Because, it's miserable. Oh, Antifox, I do that. But I do it, 7 days a week. Thank you for the 6-7 bits. Thank you, Fiberglass. Also, guys, enjoy your lurkies. Panda Pants Party! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I haven't worked out yet today. But I have so far have done 162 days in a row of walking 5.5 miles, which is roughly an hour and a half. I think it's like just shy. I usually do about 76 minutes because I do 4.4 miles per hour is kind of like my average. 5.5 miles a day. And, yeah, but, today will be 163 days in a row of doing that. I'll still look skinny fat. I've never looked skinny. I've always been skinny fat. Well, not now. Now I'm just fat. But even when I was, like, fit. You know what's funny? I used to get called fat more often when I was, like, fit and a appropriate weight for my, like, height. I used to get called fat more when I was skinny than ever when I've been, like, fat and plus size. Isn't that weird? Do you plan on playing while you wait? Yes, I haven't read it up yet, though. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play while we wait. Oh, dear Green Dragon! You do yoga? That's awesome, Anti-Fox. I love that for you. But yeah, I'm so down to, play while we wait. You're definitely not fat? I am fat, and it's not a bad word. Remember that, guys. Oh, thank you, Loki! Yeah, I'm not self-deprecating or looking for compliments or anything. It's like, I'm literally just fat. How the fuck do you have a flashlight as a gen class? Wait, what? Oh, I do. Look at that. Did that fix it? Weird. Because I had the flashlight class on. Interesting. Shut up. Or, I will walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. Zane goes, mwah. Think of the floor a kissy. Also, if you guys are curious, like, why I'm doing, the 5.5 miles every day, check out my alt TikTok account, my PixelxKitten TV account. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was getting, like, fucking hate rated right now. What the fuck? I literally just thought I was getting hate rated. Did you guys mean to do this? 3 raids back to back? Hello? What? Did you guys plan this? What's up, Zero? What's up, Beach? What's up, Sadine? Holy shit. I have never had that happen before. 3 people at the same exact time? Yo, is it Zero or Cyro? I hope I'm saying your name right. I love your emotes, by the way. The llama. Shut up. That is so cute. Hi, Sadine. Hi, Beach. What's up, Barely Wolf? Oh my god. Welcome in. Shut up, you guys planned this? Welcome in. What's up, Soul Parrot? Welcome in. How is your streams, guys? Oh my god, you guys are so hot, so tall, so talented, so... Oh, I just kicked my cat. Handsome! Welcome in! Welcome in. We are about to get into our very first 2v8 game. Yep. Well, I saw 3 raids and was like, I'm so glad I recognized your names, or else it would have been like, who the fuck is here? Oh my god. Thank you guys so much for the raids. I hope you guys had the best streams ever. Guys, please go follow the homies. Go follow Cyril, Peach, and Sadine. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Also, we got treats for Jasper. Also, wait, we got kissies. Soul Parrot, mwah. Peach-tastic, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. I hope you guys had the best time playing some Peak. I've never played Peak. Whoopsies. Oh, you were so cute. This is Jasper, by the way. I'm feeding him some treats. We did not get very far. I think Twitch gave me a key. Ow. Twitch gave me a key. It's Peak fun. Twitch gave me a key for Peak, but I haven't downloaded it yet. It looks super fun, though. That dog looks like, yeah. He gets a lot, don't worry. He'll get the next one. Twitch gave me a key, too. Oh, hell yeah! I got it from one of the guilds. I don't remember which one. But Cyro, Peach, and Sadine, please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bows. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. If you guys want to see someone play terribly at Dead by Daylight, stay and watch. If you guys like cat content and dog content, stay and watch. If you guys like to watch someone who... Why is there no generator in here? If you guys like to watch someone who thinks they're funny, but it's not actually funny, stay and watch. Oh, you're not in a guild? Oh. Well, maybe you just got one because you're a good girl. Ladies! I'm sorry. But seriously, thank you guys so much for all the raids. You guys are so sweet. No, don't be nicey. I'm gonna start coming everywhere, guys. No, I'm seriously like, not only. Oh my god, I'm like getting all shy right now. You guys could have raided like anybody. You guys could have raided like literally anybody. And for some reason, you guys all came here. That's way too sweet. Worth it. Do you think I could get this? Whoa! I need more bullets! Panda Pants, it has been helping. It absolutely has been helping. Oh my god, I'm getting saved. Someone's saving me. My eye! Oh my god. Let's go. It has been helping a lot, Panda Pants. I couldn't tell you how grateful I am for your recommendation. Oh, poops. Oh, nice. Nice. She'll get me. Sable's got me. He's gonna pick up right in front of her. Watch. Look. Oh my god, no! Who did that? Is it Dwight? Boo, Dwight! That Sable had it. Yeah, it's honestly, I feel like it's the only thing that's been able to like keep me like sane. I actually just took some right before stream. Hi, Patorty. I swear I've seen a movie about this somewhere. Or maybe it was something on the hub. I'm not sure. Yippee. Hey. Patorty. They go the 4IQ Hugh. And you know what it tastes like, Panda Pants? It tastes like, Pixie Sticks. So it tastes like I'm eating a Pixie Stick. I'm gonna kill myself! In-game. Oh, they're both here! Oh, I'm so slow. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Why is the Wraith on my booty so bad? Ginger, thank you for the 75 stream streak. What the hecky? I should have used my flashlight, but I was like, no, I'll use the palette. Why not? Oh, that was so funny. Chloe, maybe. Listen, this is my first game on. I'm warming up. All right, guys. Oh my gosh. Also, I hope everyone who is rated into the stream is all getting their post-stream self-care. Hope you guys are all taking care of yourself. Hope you guys are getting food if you're hungry. Getting drinks if you're thirsty. Getting high if you're horny. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. Thank you, Panda Pants, truly. I have gone through at least half the box already. But I'm not going over its recommended dosage, don't worry. To be fair, I do feel better. Oh, did you find a green thing for me? Oh, you found a green thing for me, didn't you? Oh, Spades, you're such a good little gamer, didn't you? Because I don't think Spades has been hooked yet. Yes, Spades did! Oh, you're such a good little gamer. I'm gonna throw this, though, so I can, do this. No way. See, this is why it's so good to get hooked early on because then you're able to take the tonics. You're always corny? You're always horny. Oh my god, if that injured me, I was gonna cry. Why are you so loud? Was that a healing tonic right there? Had to be a healing one, right? Am I dumb? I need more bullets. Always smash them even while in a chase. Wait, smash what? A tonic? You know what? I'm just gonna bring him. What? Oh! What the heck? Why is my beam not working? Alright, well now... That was so weird. First it healed, it did it, and then it didn't, and then it did it again, and then it didn't. Fuck you. Well, now I don't have a beam anymore. Alright, babe. Oh, you know, I haven't played a killer in a couple months. Also, I'm gonna say this too, because I'm not gonna lie. I did end stream early on Monday, earlier than I wanted to, because I was kind of getting backseated a lot on Monday. And I'm not saying, like, any particular names in particular, because it was more than one person. It was about, like, at least 4 people all at once were, like, backseating me and telling me, like, what I should and shouldn't do while I was playing. And normally, it's not so bad, but it was, like, there were a lot of people doing it, so that I did end stream early because of that. I'm full disclosure. I am going to request that I play this game for fun. I'm not, and you guys know I'm not good at this video game. I'm literally here for a good time, not a long time. I haven't played as killer in about a month or so. No, not you, Rosario. No, you're fine. I'm just like, I'm giving a warning because I am about to play killer in 2v8. And it's been at least a month since I've played killer. Can you guys just like, don't be mean, please? Like, I'm just like begging. My hands and knees, please don't be mean to me. Like, I'm just trying to have fun. I'm just trying to have fun, just trying to have a good time. But I did end stream early on Monday because people were being kind of mean to me. And I was just, you know, I was just kind of over it. Because we were doing open lobbies and was like, are we not trying to have fun here? So, it's fine. It is what it is. But I just, I'm on my knees and I'm begging you if we could just have some fun. Oh, bye, Sable. Oh, look, it's the pallet that I missed the save on. Oh, she's dead! Let me find him. No, it's no big deal. Hold on, let me snooze this ad really quick. Hold on. Oh, that's a good pin. Good pin. Thank you so much. Yeah. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Thank you. The pallet of shame. It is the pallet of shame. Oh, it doesn't want to chase me. What the hecky? There we go. Here we go. No? I'm gonna leave this town. As soon as I leave this town, he's gonna come up and spank me in the butt. There he is. Now, where are you? I'm hearing 2 tailway voices. Oh, okay, there you are. Alright, I'm gonna go back to this gen then. Go back to a generator. You're such a bitch! Oi, jamoy. Alright, I'll find a different gen to do. Oh, wasn't there one over here? Yeah, I can never be mean. On my knees and I'm begging you. I mean, we all meanies, but not in that meanies. Don't be mean to me, I'll come. Remember that, guys. And, like, it wasn't that people were being mean. Like, no one was being like, oh, you're... Like, no one was being, like, mean per se. But, like, let's say, like, for example, like, oops. That scared the fuck out of me. Like that skill check, that missed skill check. For example, someone on Monday would have gone like, oh, I can't believe you missed that skill check. Like, how could you have missed that? Like, so it's not like being mean explicitly, but it's just that, like, why would you say that? Like, homies, let me... Oh, yeah, and I was also having, like, lag issues. Oh, also, since I've changed my settings on my, my monitor, I haven't had any lag issues so far today, which is nice. Yeah, like, Chloe, like, that's fine. That's funny. Like, that's what it's there for. It's all right. I think it was also like, so I was talking to Tom about this because Tom was the only person I talked to about this, about my feelings, my sad girl hour, was because I feel like my constitution is a little bit lower than normal. Because normally I was like, I don't really care if like people are mean to me or annoying or whatever, because I'm just so used to it. I'm a fat woman on the internet. Like, I'm a fat autistic woman on the internet. Like, of course I get bullied all the time. Like, that's nothing new. But I think my constitution was just lower on Monday because I still have my headache, and it was also my first stream back. So I was just kind of like, you know what? I choose life. Nice, I got it. I purposely stepped in front of his flashlight because I knew I didn't want him to ruin it for me. So I purposely stood in front of his beam because I really didn't want him to ruin it again for me. Is that bad? Is that toxic? Yeah, yes! Like, Callie, let a homie play, you know? Don't be nice to me, Fawn. Welcome! Also, I'm glad you guys understand, too. I'm really grateful you guys, like, understand. Like, I'm not, like, complaining. I just want to do my own thing, you know? Like, I don't play a game. I'm, like, one of those gamers that I don't play games to be, like what Kyle said, the best NA or anything. Like, I'm just here to have fun. And honestly, isn't it funnier when I do something stupid and mess up, like that pallet's done? Isn't it funnier? Isn't that more content? I like when I laugh and point out my fuck-ups. Chloe, literally exactly what I was just saying. Exactly that. It's like, it's, I don't know, it's funny that way, you know? Ow! Jump skill. How can I actually, you know what? No, I was gonna say, can I put him into the exit gates with me? You know what? Actually, that would be super funny. I want to take them to the exit gates with me, because what if, like, they're all in the exit gate? And, like, and someone gets double hit because I brought both zombies to the exit gate. That would seriously be so funny. No, Kelly, it's fine. Like, I'm not mad at anybody at all. Like, I'm not mad or upset at anybody or offended from anybody saying the things. It was just, like I was telling Tom, it's like, I really truly think it was just my constitution being lower than normal, that I just wasn't able to deflect as well as I normally do. Yeah, I'm trying to do my silly goofy goober time. There's something going on with killers missing hits when they shouldn't be, though. I'm not. No, Rosaria, there were some hits on Monday where, like, I think it was a Chucky, because we're going against like a million Chuckies, that like they M1'd or used their power, and it was like, that definitely connected, but I didn't get hit. Oh, Kelly, no, you're perfect. Also, my constitution's just a little bit higher today. I slept for like 20 hours yesterday. Oh shit, I gotta play an ad. Guys, add now to add in game. I used all my snoozes after we got raided. I've used all my snoozes. I gotta play an ad. I'm so sorry. I miss Mike Myers and Demogorgon. I think Demogorgon could be fun in this this game mode, maybe. Right? Oh my god. So there's a Kate Dents in this game. Their name is Snapple. I'm literally drinking a Snapple right now. Zero sugar peach tea. I accidentally got like regular sugared Snapple. Oh my god. Almost threw up. It was so gross. I had to like I love this song so much, Auntie Fox. Also, spectated a Ghostface. Missed when it was definitely a hit, but oh, that's true. Also, yeah, this could be spectator bug, but yeah, I think it was on Monday. I was getting hit, or I should have gotten hit, because normally the streamers, or not streamers, but survivors would be like, "How did that hit?" Blah blah blah. And I've been guilty of that, but there were so many times on Monday I'm just like, "How did that not hit?" Ooh, Loki. You know what? If I have time, which I don't think I will, I could do it after this game. Remind me. Because you're such a good little mod. I love Ghost. Ghost is probably my favorite band at the moment. It was Ice Nine Kills for a while, but at the moment it's Ghost. Entered when I wanted to backspace again. Oh, really? Oh, ad is done. Now. Perfect timing. Welcome back, gamers. Perfect time in the ad. Also, we did get one flashbang save last game, so I'll take it. Nyota? Is it Nyota or Nyota? I've asked you this like 12 times, and I still don't remember. Glucky! How did that hit? Get it? Pixels make it ah! Damn it! I was gonna say Pixels make it a funny. Oh, that scared the fuck out of me. Nyota. I like Nyota. I'm glad you said that because I don't like Nyota. I like Nyota though. Where's the fun in that? Do whoopsies, play it bad, and laugh about it later. Yeah, and like, as long as people aren't like making me feel bad about it, I'm Gucci as a Gucci. I grilled steak and made chimichurri, which I made into pizza. Made dough, used the churri for a sauce, added moz, put steak on top. And my kid just came to my room asking for more after dinner. What is a chimichurri? Is it like a chimichanga? Do you guys just think of Deadpool when you think of chimichangas, by the way? Also, that is my favorite hairpiece for Claudette. Like, that is literally my favorite headpiece for Claudette. What's up, Alice? Alice, happy Wednesday, my dudes. I need my bullets. Alright, I need to get an anti-hook, by the way. Because I am greedy and I'm selfish. And I want an anti-hook. Actually, I should probably get... I was about to say, wait, hold on. I should actually get this really quickly. Everybody say, hi, Alice. Alice, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Oh, it's a sauce. I'm, like, aggressively white. So I don't add anything special to my food. Alright, guys. Let me know if you see a green tonic, okay? Oh, here. Let me do this. I just realized I didn't use it. A Brazilian sauce. Oh. Oh, my. Da, 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 da. Bum, ba, dum. Oh, hello, Claudette. Long time no see. Sorry, I already used my deodorant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, pips. Pips and poops, guys. Whoa! Oh, I'm so getting got right here. No way, I didn't. These killers are so coordinated. Oh my god. I haven't even got a chance to even touch a gen yet. All I've done is gotten healed. Which is, I'm grateful for getting healed. All I've done, gotten healed. Used the spray bottle. Unhook somebody. And then didn't even get to heal them. Oh, I'm going to now. I want to stay in this game, Chloe. I'm a ghost. Da, da, da. Snapple! Ugh. That ring is really, really bright. Well, time to get another deodorant.
Lizard.
Jesus Christ, that scared the French toast sticks out of me. I should have stayed up there. I'm scared. I'm going back up there. Nope. 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 No. No. Please. I wouldn't say I'm getting tunneled, but I'm definitely getting targeted. I definitely don't think I'm getting tunneled, but I'm definitely getting targeted, for sure. Because that was like, what are the odds that you find me twice in a row What the hecky? Oh my god, did you just heal me? Oh, you are soggy toast. You are so hot and so tall and so talented. I don't think I lived this, though. Yeah. How does he know? Oh, we're revealed. Yeah, he's definitely targeting me. Rosaria, I agree. I agree. Are we done targeting me now? Oh, shit. Damn.
Too bad you won't make it much further.
Yeah, I was dead either way because she was there and yeah, damn. That's alright. That was a really short game. I don't think it's a Twitch shirt. I think they just, because that was the first kill, they just wanted me to get out of the game. Because now they have 7 people left. And there's only 3 gens left. So I think they were just trying to get somebody out of the game. I just happened to be the one. I got your favorite food in the world? What's my favorite food in the world? I know a lot of people are mentioning it in the Eerie creator server, the DBD Eerie creator server. A lot of people are saying, like, can we get play while we wait in 1v4? Especially during, like, the 2v8 games. Nightshade Jade! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm hoping we'll get into a killer game after this. That was probably my shortest time ever as a survivor. Really, Rosario? See, that sucks. See, I know, like, a lot of people despise when 2v8 is on or extended, and I totally understand that, and I respect your opinion. I do not share that opinion, but that's only because I don't play killer. So I totally understand why people who do play killer do focus on killer. Wow, these killers, sorry, I'm spectating right now. These killers are super coordinated. They're doing very well. But also the survivors are getting a lot of gens done too. I'm the only person. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. I hate pickles fried, not saying pan of pans. The dramatic throat made my day. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it made your day. What was I about to say? I don't remember. Something. I'm ass at this game. I think that's what I was trying to say. Elsa, give you a kissy. Oh, also, don't forget. Okay. So here, let me explain this thing that I'm going to do for you guys. Or I'm going to do for, okay. So what I have planned for today's activity is we are currently playing Dead by Daylight 2v8, and something that survivors do in Dead by Daylight, especially when they go against a killer who's bad, at the video game, they like to teabag to just, you know, let that killer know that, hey, you suck! It's like, I already know, but, you know, they like to teabag. And so we are currently drinking G Fuel's Teabagger, which is iced tea and lemonade. And what I'm going to do is every time I get teabagged in our killer games, I'm going to take a shot, which I'm just going to take a sip, of Teabagger G Fuel. And we'll just see how long this lasts. So we haven't played a killer game yet, but we're playing Survivor, the play while we wait for our killer game. I'm going to play as Nemesis. I don't know who Spades is playing as. Spades might be doing Oni, maybe. But I think this would be super fun to see how many times I get teabagged. Oni, okay, perfect. I want to see how many times I get teabagged while playing killer, so we'll see. But that's what we're going to be doing today. So shout out to G Fuel. Guys, don't forget to use code KITTEN for, at the moment, 30% off. But usually like 20% off. But at the moment, 30% off with code KITTEN, KITTEN. And get 30% off. Also, this flavor is really good. It is iced tea plus lemonade. And it is delicious. Yeah, in honor of the legendary Fortnite player, Dildo T Baggins for 2069. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. I clicked on Cookie Chaos, not Chaos Mod Chat. Idiot. Oh my god. My tuxedo cat screams at me to be fed too. Oh my god, your voice came out, Loki, of the video, and it scared the fuck out of me because it sounded like it came behind me. Can you pin the code? I can do that. Does that work? Oh my god, your voice came like behind me. Like it sounded like you were behind me. Oh, GG's. How many people got out? Oh! So, 1, 2, 3, so 6 people, oh, like 5 people lived and 3 people died. Not bad. I honestly thought they would have killed more people. Do we get to play killer now? I'm actually a ghost? Ooh. Yes! We're gonna play as killer! Let's go! Okay. Very, very exciting. Oh, I'm scared. Oh no, I'm scared. Okay. I totally agree, Spades. I totally agree. What is G Fuel for and about? Caffeine drink, flavored drink, focus, antioxidants, electrolytes, etc. There's caffeine and there's caffeine-free variations. I've been drinking it since college. 2012. Yikes! It's gotten a lot better since then, too. Because they used to have, like, a lot of powder at the bottom of their shakers, and now there's no residue or anything at the bottom of shakers, which is incredible. I don't use caffeine. I don't need caffeine because I have ADHD, so caffeine doesn't affect me. I drink it. Literally, the main reason why I started drinking G Fuel is because I'm not much of, like, a normal water drinker haver because water is so boring. So I basically use it as like a glorified flavored water. Tastes very good. Yeah, Fawn. Same. All right, guys. Take a sip of Teabagger every time I get teabagged, which is going to happen a lot because I haven't played Killer in at least a month. It's been, at the very least, it's been 4 weeks. Also, Benny. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your guys' time zones. All right. I'm so nervous. That's right. Spades is playing Oni. Okay. I'm so nervous. Oh, I haven't played Nemesis in so long. Honestly, I'm just kind of hoping that my 4 zombies do the work for me. I'm so nervous, guys. Here we go. We already have a Rick. Oh my god, I forgot that my things were purple. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm getting used to it. Good job. I'm gonna hold your hand. Ah, poops. That's right, Spades, don't worry. I got this. Hold on. That's right, I got this, Spades. Don't worry. Damn it! Here, I'll break this. You pick him up. Damn it. It's alright. Oh, wait, can I break you? Yes! Okay, good. That's perfect. I'll take that. Alright, that's fine. I got something. Yes! Finally! Okay. Almost here, too. Almost here, too. Oh! Girl, I get it. Girl, I get it. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me get my tier 2. Alright, now I can break pallets. I'm gonna do this to get, wall hacks. There we go. I love wall hacks. I love wall hacks! Also, if I don't see anyone's message, I'm kind of locked in, so I probably won't see your message for a minute. That's right, this game's probably gonna be super short. Where'd you go, lovely? All the way back over there! That's fine. I gotta be careful, there's like 20 flashlights in and around here. The purple's pretty, right? listen, Remy, a lot of people will say, like, make sure you consult a physician before you drink things that have, like, caffeine or things like that in it. Because, people's bodies are, different and they react differently to, different things, you know? So, it's your prerogative and it's your business if you want to drink an energy drink. Because remember, at the end of the day, it is an energy drink. I think people just don't remember that. It's like, guys, it's a fucking energy drink. And so, oh shit, Knuckles. What's up, Nerdline? Everyone say hi, Nerdline. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're currently playing some Killer. I haven't played Killer in so long, guys. Nerdline, how was your stream? What? Oh, I got dedicated. Boo, tomato, tomato. That's alright. That is alright. Nice. Wait, you got, wait. Yes, perfect. I want to get her. Oh, you got her. That's right. That was so awesome. GG's, Oni. / Fades. See, Remy, that is exactly why I drink G Fuel. I drink it as a way to make sure that I get more water in and around my mouth, because I'm not a very good water drinker haver. Also, Nerdling, thank you so much to raid. How was your backgrounds? Thank you so much for the shout out, Bravo Penguin. You were so hot and talented and handsome. Nerdling, thank you so much to raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh no, after you! Hold on, I'm gonna wait for that zombie to get her. Hold on. Aw, damn. Honestly, slay. Get rid of Shack Pallet immediately. I'll take that. Oh my god. Clocked in here. Oh, you're at work right now? Slay. Oh, I was about to say, don't get smacked, don't get smacked! It's alright, it's alright. My first killer game in a month, I'll take it. Ooh, I think I deserve that, but you're so skinny. You're such a skinny queen. Finally. Oh. Oh. Am I still streaming, guys? Am I still live? Yes, okay, cool. Thank you. Wait, what? There you go. Okay, that's fine. Cool, thank you. You can't go Nemesis, so that is... Wait, what? Twisted Metal? What's up, Tiny Tiger? Oh, you know what? You know what I didn't do, because I forgot? Is, check to see if there's any... No, Jasper, get off. Sorry, Jasper's on my leg. Oof, nice. I forgot to see if I have any, challenges to do, like tome challenges to do, you know? Because, getting grabs is, like, the best thing to do, especially with, the Shadow class. Oh, she zigged when I wanted her to zag. Ooh! What the fuck? You know what? I don't want to slug into Vade, actually. Oh, you facing the wall is perfect, actually. Thank you. I'm getting out of here by the 13th. Oh! So, I'm so sorry. I don't remember. Where are you moving to? I totally forgot. Was it Florida? Wisconsin? Ninja! Ninja! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, Kiki. Hi, Ninja! I hope you guys are doing so good. Happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your time zone. Yeah. Evade me now, Rick. Yeah. it to Michigan. Oh my god, I was so close. Time zone check. It is currently 8:43 p.m. for me. Pour moi. Oh, I'm sorry to not leave PJs. Not leave PJs. Wait, what? To not leave your PJs? I'm sorry, I don't know how to read. Wisconsin, Florida. Oh, I knew there were like... There was a Wisconsin. I knew there was a Florida. Or I knew there was one or either of them. My head is kind of killing me a lot right now. You're off for 2 days? Oh, my head is kind of killing me right now. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. How's our gens looking? I'll go back over to these gens. I am shadowed right now. Oh, my head is kind of killing me right now, but that's okay. That's right, we fight through it. We fight through it. Oh. Hello, Rick. Dr. Finkelstein! Thank you so much for the kissy. Oh my god. So you're off for the next 2 days. That's so very hot and tall and talented and handsome of you. Oh my god. I love that for you. You definitely deserve that. Oh, here we go. Hello, Laura. This is a speed boost for my team, so I'm gonna do that. Hey, it's the first tonic I got to see as a killer. Wait, what squitch marks am I following? Are there more than one person? I think there's more than one person. Yeah, look, 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 look. There was more than one person. Oh, he has a speed boost too. Oh. He's like, I accept my loss. I haven't gotten teabagged yet. My head is pounding right now, guys. That's really bad. I'm getting like the black spots in my vision, so I keep like blinking. Cheese and rice. Lulu! Lulu, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That's fine. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be so fine. Grace, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. This person's injured. I'm gonna go for you. Lily! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, Tiny Tiger. Yeah. Today, like the last like 12, 24 hours has been the worst it's been since the first week. Oh, hatches! Oh my god. No way we're doing this well. I'm actually really surprised that we're doing so well. Oh, she just escaped. You just saw her jump up over there. Oh, I want to be here for the Mori. Oh, never mind. That was my first game on. I did Tiny Tiger, and I had one right before stream. It has helped a lot. GG's. The free zombie pressure will never not be insane. I don't know. Carried by zombies? I don't know. When I play Survivor, it's no problem. But no, seriously, like, this is the first time I've ever seen a Survivor complain about the zombies. And that's so funny because every time that I've played Survivor, I hadn't seen a single person complain about the zombies. But go figure, my first time playing Killer in over a month, my first time playing Killer in 2v8, and we get 2 people complain about it. It's like, wah, wah, wah. The zombies blocked me more than it probably hurt them. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like, deal with it. You did chase someone in a zombie? I don't know. It's like, this game is so Survivor. The 2v is so Survivor-sided. Like, cry about it. Really? Spades. As he should. Good to clear channel point redeems? Yeah, I think so. Also, if I missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. I am going to play an ad now, so there's no ad in game. Honestly, Spades, I'm actually really impressed with how we did, considering. I'm so cheeks at killer. Alright, so I'm going to join the Survivor queue. I'm going to run an ad. Yeah, Spades, right? I think we did really well. Oh my god, work at your local vet. And her husband is a family friend. That would be my first real job that isn't working with my grandparents, and it's time to leave the business because I've been there for 15 years. Oh, but the vet would be so fun, right? Oh, streamer trailer? Oh, we probably won't have time. That's okay, Loki. No one's here from the rain anyway. That's alright. Thank you, though. No warm-up. Yeah, and I'm fighting a migraine. I literally have, like, splotchy vision right now. My head is pounding. I do have to pee after this game, though. Oh, it's so bad, guys. It's fine. I still have to work out, too. I'll probably take a nap, and then I'll work out after the nap. On our alts, yeah. Exactly. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I'm still. Oh, look at this build. Hold on. Okay, seriously, now I'm getting annoyed. So my keyboard, my Galleon, my new keyboard, it keeps changing like my settings. Like it goes to my number pad when I want to have my stream deck on. Anyways, what I was trying to show you is that we have 4 flashlights and 4 medics. That's what our team is. And honestly, that's a pretty strong class. Those are 2 pretty strong classes to have 4 of each. I'm actually really excited to see how this game goes. What is the family business? Unless you already said it and I forgot. I'm so sorry. Panda Monster! Let me get some doogie treats because I haven't gotten one for Boo in a minute. Say thank you, Panda. Oh, already expected. Okay. Too late, Charlie. Oh, tiny tiger. Oh, Charlie, go fuck away. You're such an asshole. It got extended by a week, Egen. There you go, puppy. Sorry, I'm really annoyed right now because of the pain. I'm sorry. It's not you guys. I'm in a really, like, mood. It's not you guys. It's literally the pain. I'm just such a bad mood right now. I swear to God, it's not you. It's literally, I'm just in so much fucking pain right now. But yeah, I've been doing these 5.5 mile walks throughout these migraines, and I'm not gonna lie. I have been having to take breaks during some of my walks. Like, I'll take like a 5 or 10 minute break in between some of the walks sometimes. When my head starts pounding really badly, but for me, I'm just trying to get it done. Like, I'd rather get it done than extend it, like, too long, you know? 'Cause I'm just, like, so over it! I'm so over these migraines, you know? It's been 2.5 weeks at this point. Is that something else? Okay. Let's see if I can get this on hook. Put the blame on me over my migraines. No! Bravo Penguin, that would devastate me. Honestly. That would make me have a bad day. Thank you, Panda. I hope it gets better soon too, because it's starting to affect me in more than just pain, you know? And she already has an order for 100 boxes. What the fudge? Oh, sorry. I don't know how to do skill checks. Oh. Well, since he knows I'm here, I'm not gonna bother. Oh! Spade's got it! Nice! No way. So, was it someone got, like, 100 boxes? Chloe, you might need to reload your stream. Because the missed skill check was, like 3 or 4 minutes ago. Well, not 3 or 4 minutes ago. Maybe, like, 2 minutes ago. So, like, right now, it is 8:54 p.m. right now as I'm saying this, Chloe. You can do whatever you want. I just want to let you know that I think you're a little bit behind. Oh, what was I asking? Was it someone got, like, one person got 100 boxes? Or, like, there were 100 boxes, like, in an order for, like, more than one person? Oh, Panda Pants, that is so sick. That's awesome. Well, good for your kid. And, good for everyone at your old job. Because that's super cool. Oh, okay, Chloe. Good. Busker just stole that kill from, Oni. That's funny. No, Chloe, you're... Oop. I didn't realize the pallet was already down. A little nervous with both killers here, actually. That's so cool that your work supported you and your family, and that, like, your kid gets 100 boxes already. What's my favorite Girl Scout cookie? I haven't had a Girl Scout cookies in a very long time, but when I used to be a Girl Scout, my favorite was Tagalong. It was like the chocolate peanut butter cookie. Oh, that thing was so fucking good. Do-si-dos were a close second. Oh, I got teabag. Take a shot. I'm joking. 1,000 boxes. That's so cool. You lost me at Samoa's. You know what, though? You know what that means, Kyle? More for you. Ooh, I also don't like... I don't like Thin Mints, either. I don't like Thin Mints, and I don't like, Yeah, I don't like Thin Mints, or... Yeah, I don't like Thin Mints or Samoa, so I'm so weird when it comes to that. Alright, I have to do this really quickly because I have to do something real fast. Hold on. Shh. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. One more thing. Alright, there you go. Alright. They have that Chips Ahoy chemical taste. What does? Oh, I've heard of frozen Thin Mints. I've heard of that. They didn't have tagalongs? What the? Why would they not have tagalongs? That's like the best cookie. This person doesn't seem like they want to be healed, so I'm just gonna move on. Coconut caramel. What the heck? I'm not familiar with any of these newfangled cookies. I only know the OGs. Whoa. Snuck right past. Get her ass, Oni. Get her ass. Get her ass. an angle? I was thinking about flashbanging too, but I was like, no, why would I flashbang? I have a flashlight. See, you know what's funny? Go see Raven. I was just thinking that same thing. What the hell? Oh no, here we go, chat, here we go. Oh! Oh, I'm getting humped. Oh my god, Spades is gonna be so funny when you save me. What happened there? Oh, was that ping? That was so funny, Spades. Oh, okay, so that happened on my end. And so it was, I thought it was just me lagging. Okay, but I did see you lag, Spades. I did see it, so I will give you that. I will let you have that. Man, that would have been so funny, though. God, that would have been so funny if you had done that flashbang save right after getting humpied. Oh, you would have made my day. Unfortunately. Ooh, you had a full beam? Bitch, you had a full beam? What are you doing? Unfortunately, you ruined my day. I'm just joking. Also, mods / anybody that cares, if I get any flashlight or flashbang saves, or if anything funny happens, does anyone mind clipping it, ooh-woo? Because I ran out of space on my PC and now I can't, clip anything for the rest of the stream. So if you guys see anything funny, or if you guys, or if you guys, see me do any cool flashlight, you guys don't have to. You guys don't have to do anything. But I would need some help. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm right next to the door. I'm so sorry, loves. Nice. Shut up. Oh, he's right there. I think I'm still gonna get this pull though, because I'm not Death Hook, so I'm gonna get this pull, but we're gonna have to go like right away. Oh, that's nice. Well, she has her endurance. Oh, he sees me. He'll want me. Ooh, that's right. No, don't. The clip command doesn't exist because, and I haven't had it for 2 years now because it just clogs up the clip, my clips. Because people like will clip like the weirdest things, and like people will have like lag, and people will clip something like 2 minutes after like something happens. So I don't have the clip command. And plus, without it being named, I delete clips that aren't named because it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Oh, hello, door right here. I like that a lot. Oh, nope, I'm leaving. I don't care who I flash on the way out. I'm leaving. You have to use the actual clip function. Yeah, exactly. How was your day? It was okay. My migraine's been really rough today. But that's okay. How has yours been, know what I mean? GG's. Spades, do you mean to have the Jim Beam thing on? I mean, it's okay if you do mean, but just curious. Thank you for the follow! I like your name, by the way. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Let me see if I can delete some things. So I make room on my PC. Okay, actually, you guys don't have to do anything because I think I made room. I think. Actually, my computer's kind of freaking out right now. Oh shit, we're in a killer game. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get shit on. I'm gonna see if I can do this tarot pull before we start again. Whoa. I do what I want. This migraine's ass, guys. All right. Meow, meow, meow. The Page of Pentacles in reverse. Step back and give yourself a moment to clear your mind. Maybe you're sick of the monotony of daily life. Don't make quick decisions you might regret, especially with relationships or finances. We actually get this a lot. We get this a lot, guys. You might be experiencing some stagnation. Some, yeah. What's the word? A rut. That's the word. Oh my god, Loki, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Do your thing, chicken wing. I had to load up a Redder mower with flat tires onto a golf cart trailer, and it's the mower with steering wheel like the ones in movies or in the one in Pink music video. I'm gonna smile now and be like, yeah, I totally know what you're talking about. Oh, they come in silver and gold. Raven, you were totally Gucci as a coochie. Green, I'm gonna do, can you remind me after this game? Oh, actually, I don't know, we'll see. Can I do it before we get into a game? Oh, I think I can. I think I can. Load, load, load. What did you say, green? There you go. I got you. I got you. I got your ass. Also, thank you so much for clipping that, Ghostly. I was not able to get that clip, so thank you so much for that. Oh my god. I don't have any of the gold decks, I don't think, but I do have the silver decks and the... I love the silver. Very pretty. Thank you! Seriously, go Raven, thank you. If you want, Remy. Oh. Bye, Robin. I think they just, lost internet because that was a long loading screen. Oh, someone just killed one of my zombies with a pallet. You see that over there? I didn't think I had the length. I'll take it though, shit nipples. I don't want to risk not hitting her. Yeah, I'm gonna take that hit. I'm gonna do this right away, which I'm really nervous about. Please don't have a pallet. No! Sheva! Oh, no, that wasn't Sheva. That was, what's her face? Oh, I'm not tier 2 yet. That was, the other one. Saga. The one with, like, she has, like, a really loud scream, right? Oh, hey, Ray. When's the last day for 2v8? I think it lasts for 5 more days after, or including today. Whoa! Nice. Oh, let's go, Oni-san! Yeah, you use your power, I'll hook. March 3rd, thank you, Lily! Thank you. It's actually worse today, Moon. Today's the first day it's gotten, worse. And it feels like how it did a week ago, unfortunately. But that's alright. It's alright, we persevere. Yeah, today's the worst it's been in a while. Which is unfortunate. That's alright, it is what it is. Nice. And we got tier 2. Perfect. Oh, I thought she was gonna throw the pallet. I don't think that should have connected, but I'll take it. Oops, I got stuck. I did that strategically, don't worry. Oh, I'm waiting for a teabag! No one's teabagged me! No, Lily, it's been awful. It's been so fucking miserable. But thank you. Oh, good job. Good job. Good show. Good show. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you one way. Hey, 3 hooks, 1 gen. Eh. You never know. I did get pallet stun saved though. So I did get the old schmeckle dackle. Alright, you pick that one. I got your other one. Wait. Let's kick this generator. This might be blast mine? No. Oh, hello, zombie. Thank you, zombie. Oh, now we're gonna have people complain, guys. Ooh! That almost got her tootsie. Actually, this is good because she's going by my zombie again. Oh, so close! So close. Surprised she committed to that bolt. Mooncorns. Yes, sir. Oh, damn. Damn! She's so patient. I'm about to say, hey, you there. Hey, there. Hey, you there. Was that the bot Robin behind me, by the way? I think that was bot Robin. Watch out! There's a killer there! Oh, excellent use of her sprint burst, by the way. Very good use of it. Let's see if you can get She DC'd? Why? Is she even Death Hook? She's not. Pathetic. Why would you DC over that? That's so pathetic. People are such babies. So funny. Why would you DC? It's 2v8. You get 1,000,000 blood points just for playing. People are so funny. Welcome back, Alice. Okay, Remy, cool. Again? It was the saga again, wasn't it? Listen, I can only do so much. I can only do so much, guys. I can only do so much. Oh, this is the bot, right? This is the bot. Oh, well, I guess they're playing better than the other gamer was playing. Mooncourts literally know you. Literally know you. Can we get some loves and hugs and kisses and booty spanks for Mooncourts, please? Lots of loves, hugs, kisses, booty spanks, and head pats. Oh, head, please stop pounding for like 2 seconds. For 2 seconds, brain. Please stop pounding. Yeah, you got your ass. I'm gonna go over here then. I don't know why I swung at that. I don't know why I swung at that. I don't know why I swung at that. She's just going a straight line, might as well, right? Chloe, truly. Like, that person said Xbox off, like, so quickly. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't mean to hit her. That's right, Spades. No one saw that. I didn't mean to hit her. I wanted to break the pallet. That's right. Did this person throw a pallet when they weren't even being chased? Oh my god, my migraine. That's fine. I'm fine. Thank you guys so much for the clips. You guys are so hot for that. Saga, come here! You bitch! You've gotten 2 pallet stun saves on me. You bitch! Oh, she's so loud. Holy crap. Bet. What's up, Ben? Thanks, Remy. don't think there's really any pallets over here, but she'll probably have some good, good distance. Oh, she got that pallet. Hey, you there. Hey. Sorry, I just thought that was funny. God, Spades is killing it, literally. Let's see if I can grab somebody. I doubt it, because it's kind of like wide open. Yeah. Bold move. Bold move, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. I see some over there too, damn. Ah, like I don't know who I want to go for, you know? Shut up, Jasper. No one asked for your opinion. You know what? I'm gonna stay over here because that's where the gens are. Oh, I see someone on this generator. Oh, yes, I do. I'm gonna go ahead and kick that. That's my generator. Give me my wall hacks. I want to stay over here. That's where all the gens are, you know? Is Spades on something? Oh, here. They're coming back. I think Spades clocked them. Alright, I'm gonna go back and check these gens then. I need more bullets. Jasper said he won't shut up. Spades is so hot and tall and talented and handsome, guys. You have no idea. I can't find anybody. I didn't suspect this to be a lobby where people hide, but maybe. Maybe they be hiding. I'm just gonna kick every gen I see. Someone's over there, but there's only one gen over there, so I'm not really worried. That gen's still regressing. All the gens do be seeming to be on this side of the map. I'm gonna check this upstairs one real quick. Oh, my zombie just got somebody. I heard that that sound. Aha! I finally found somebody that's a bot. It's a bot. This is the one that couldn't make it into the game. What the hell? Someone was in a locker. That's so funny. I thought Space was going crazy. They bout to get got. Whew. Jasper wants so much attention. He's so baby. Oh, Hatch should be coming, no? Yes. Nice. This saga deserves Hatch. Yeah, she does. Okay, wait, I wanna be there, 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 I wanna be there. Look at Spade, so patient waiting for me. Yes! 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 Look at your hairy chest! Oh, GG's. Daddy! Ah! Thank you for the forehead kisses. Yo, GG's. GG's. That was a fun game. I got pallet stun saved on twice. That was awesome. Oh my god, Spades had a perfect game. The one person that was a bot the entire game, because they never loaded in, got more points than the person that DC'd. I had someone try to blind my ear. I got pallet stun saved on twice. How embarrassing. I have to go pee. No, do your thing. Do your thing, Loki. Please get some rest. I'm gonna go pee really quickly. I'm gonna play an ad. I'm gonna ready up. Play an ad. Be right back. And we're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. Alright, run ad. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, okay, be right back. He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Beep it. Beep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power, and then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost, and then I get the save. Or he's gonna- oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get Hatch. On God, I get Hatch. On God, right? Oh my god, Spades, I forgot to ready up for the Survivor game. I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing. Shall we, Spades? Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. What's up, Zoria? Also, Norton's face. Mwah. Spartan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Oh, you know what? Tiny Tiger. Are you still here? Tiny Tiger. Also, for anybody who didn't hear my Snapple fact earlier, Australia is wider than the moon. Oh, I didn't ready up again, Spades. I'm so dumb. Sorry, you have to click like 5 buttons just to get to a Survivor game. Alright, well, I'll tell the story anyway. So, I'm cleaning my basement, right? And I keep everything you guys send me. Every card, every gift. I keep it all. And I was going through some of the gifts that I've received from you guys, and I came across a box that Tiny Tiger has sent me, and Tiny Tiger has sent me a lot. She's so sweet. And I found I was like reorganizing my gift shelf that I have. I have a shelf just of gifts of people have sent me, like artwork people have drawn, plushies, birthday gifts, things like that. And I wanted to tell Tiny Tiger, I got a little teary-eyed thinking about it. I'm like so grateful. Okay, not me getting sentimental over here, but I just love you guys. What the fuck? What's up, Smoldered? I just spit everywhere. That's right, you liked it. Just spit everywhere. Thank you for the fire, Kissy. The moon. Now I want to play Marvel Rivals. Bravo, Penguin. Now I want to play Marvel Rivals. Oh, this feels so good, actually. Hello. Oh. I took like a super hot shower today, and I was hoping that would help. Rivals would kill. Oh, you think? See, I'm thinking that it would distract me. Because I don't know. You could be right. You usually are. I was thinking that, like, because during my Survivor games, my headache isn't as bad, but that's because I feel like, well, I don't know. I was going to say because I'm doing more while I'm playing Survivor, but I guess I'm doing more while I'm playing. I don't know. Now we're all looped up and ready to go. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I thought that was a cat, but it's a boot. Oh, it's a Chucky. Hopefully it's not like a Chucky ghost face, because that would be like the death of me. Oh, it's a blight. A Talbot. Oh, question for you guys. How is my camera looking today? Better, worse, or about the same? It's okay, whatever you guys tell me, because I want to know what you guys think. I don't care what I look like. I care what you guys see / look at, like, about the same? Dang it. Okay, that's fine. Hey. I was gonna get hit no matter what. I just want to get into a better place. Remember going this way? Medium vault. Shite. Yep. I was gonna get no matter what. I did zoom in more. I did change like the angle a little bit. I still don't like my gameplay angle though. Okay, Bravo Penguin, since you're actually on mobile, should I change it? Like, do I need to make like my webcam bigger or smaller or anything? Like, what do you guys think? Talbot, get his ass. Nice spins. Nice spins. Is this guy hacky? Nicholas, do you even need my help? I don't think Nicholas needs my help. I'm just gonna do this gen. The moon haunts you. No, Chloe, that was very funny. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, like that. Also, hi, Degna. Oh, Degna, since I've rearranged my desks, I do have Eileen right here on my desk, front and center, staring at me. And she's still wearing the Erica's on her little face. Because before I had her, like, on a table way over there. I was like, that's not convenient. So now I got her right front and center. Also, I'm really, really glad. So, I'm not good at remembering things. Whoa, to the shock of nobody, I'm not good at remembering things. Oh, that rebuilding, okay. Rick, I'm so scared. Rick, I'm so scared. Wait, don't do the gen. That was my gen. Wait, hold on. Okay, sorry, I thought Chucky was there. Okay, would you say that's a good size? That looks good to me, but like, also, it's my stream and I'm used to it looking like that, so it's like, you know. Oh, good palette's done, nerd. What was I saying? Oh, Degna, I'm so glad that when you named Eileen, that like you had like the reason of like, oh, because it's eyes, Eileen. I'm glad you had that reasoning because I'm so bad at remembering things that I literally need like tools and tricks to remember words and names like that. So Eileen is holding my glasses. Eyes, Eileen, eyes. You know, so I'm sorry. That makes no sense. But it does to me. No. You think it looks good? I think you look good. Thoughts on man buns? Like man buns, like space buns? I don't know. Honestly, I think men with long hair in general is hot, and however they style it is hot. As long as their hair is clean and like This is the fastest game of my life. What the fuck? I mean, fudge? What the fudge? I think as long as, like, their hair is kept and maintained. I think long hair in general is hot. Take that back. No. If it isn't clever like that, I'm not bothering. See, that's why I keep you around, Degna. Steven Seagal tried a man bun. Who's Steven Seagal? Give me a name or a character that he's been in a movie. Or multiple movies, because I probably won't remember any of them. I think men with long hair are super hot. Yes. Shut up, Jasper. Wait, get Ada. I want to get a flashlight safe. Oh, man. This game sucks. Imagine I pegged him with a pallet as he was leaving. That would have been so funny. Actually, this person is about to get hooked. They might get hooked over here, so I'll stay in game. Yeah, they're getting hooked. They might go over here. Aha. About every 80s stoic adventure hero. Okay, so I wouldn't know them. That's what you're telling me. So I probably don't know who they are. Has hair about the same length as mine. And sheesh, I loved it so much. I don't think I've ever dated anybody with long hair. Regrettably so. I think I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, okay, yeah. Man, GG's. I'm not gonna lie, I think, I don't think the killers were bad. I think the survivors are just really efficient. GG's. You could have my firstborn. Did Cheryl flashlight save you? Man, I didn't even get a chance to flashlight save nobody. Hey, you there. Hey, there. I gotta figure out... Oh, is this him? Ew. Ew, he's so ugly. That's... Who's that? Jason Seagal? Ew, he's not an attractive man. Hold on, I gotta wait for the gift to play where his back is turned because I don't want to see his face anymore. There you go. Oh, what did I call him? Edgar Seagal? Steven Seagal? Oh, the sprint burst! Oh yeah, that sprint burst was so hot. I called him Jason Seagal? Why did I call him Jason Seagal? Jason Seagal. Is that another person? So this is Steven Seagal. Am I saying the name right? Seagal? Seagal? Silent Hill Jesus, by the way. Seagal! Seagal and these nuts. How am I supposed to drink my G Fuel if nobody teabags? 2 killer games and no one's teabagged me. I have gotten humped a couple times, though. Which is the most action I've seen in years. Ladies! Jason Statham? No, we like him, though, right? He's bald, right? Wasn't he in, what's that one movie? Cranked? Is that right? Spades, that's weird. That's him? Those are some good movies, by the way. I haven't seen them in a long time, but I remember them being good. Wasn't where, like, he has to, like, electrocute himself to, like, stay, like, active or something? He, like, has to, like, electrocute himself? Ah! Oh, I should have done that. That hurt. Alright, I'm taking a sip of G Fuel. I can't do it, guys. I finished my Snapple. Oh, it's so good. Seagal. Jason Seagal. Jason Seagal. Hello? Why do I hear my voice twice? Do you guys hear an echo? I hear an echo. No, like out of nowhere. Hold on. What the fuck? Check your call. What call? No? Hello? Hey. Hello? This is weird. I don't like this. I'm gonna do something. Hold on. Hello? Hold on. Sorry, guys. Hold on. It's a really bad echo, and it just came out of nowhere. Hello? Okay. I don't have an echo now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hear alerts, though. So, if I don't hear alerts, I'm so sorry. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That was so weird, though. I have no clue. As long as you guys... Alright. So there's no echo? Is my voice delayed? Is my voice synced to my mouth? Banana hammock! Ha! That was technically teabagging. I want to do it when I'm playing killer, though. Yeah? So weird. Okay. Well, basically what I did was I just turned on my gunner settings. I just turned on my gunner settings, so I don't hear my mic anymore. But like, what a weird shenanigans, right? Alright, he's not overheating no more. But she did call his girlfriend over. Ooh. You know what? If there weren't a million boxes there, I would have gotten that. That's alright. Whoa! Damn, she's so good. Whoa! I'm so scared! I'm leaving. I'm gonna kill myself. I just tried to vault, by the way. I wasn't pressing anything though. Like I wasn't what's the word? My hands weren't handing. I don't know. That's so weird. It's only happened once before. Oh, I'll like 5 Clefables. Thank you though, Raven. Because I do bitch whenever people don't tell me when there's a Clefable in chat. What was I saying? I don't remember. It's only happened like one other time where like my voice has gotten unsynced from my monitoring device. But it's been months since I've been. I don't know. So I think maybe like something lagged somewhere technically on my technical settings. And I'm scared. I'm scared I'm gonna get like chainsaw on my asshole. Holy shit. I want to see if I can go in flashbang. Damn. Well, what's up, zombie? Zombie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, kissy. Wait, change icon for what? No, 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 no! No! Damn it. That's the second time that that's happened this week. Where I'll get down, flashlight save, and then down again. Oh my god, Zombie, hope you're doing so good. Everybody say hi, Zombie. Yeah. I think something just like lagged, and then now it's like that. How dare they teamwork? Ew, are these 2 bills touching me? Ew. What the fuck? That hit? I'm getting a wee bit tunneled, guys. I think I might just give up. Yeah, there's no point. If I'm getting tunneled 2v8, it is what it is. Alright, let me see if I can fix these settings. Alright, let me see if I can fuck with them again. This is the second game I've gotten tunneled today, guys. Hello? 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 Yip, yip. Yip, yip, pip, pip, nip, nip. Alright, no, we're good. Alright, that's weird. Cool. Alright, well, settings are back. So if I, or my settings are, how do I change Twitch icons for when I'm chat? How to change Twitch icon? What do you mean not in space? How do you change Twitch icon? What do you mean like Twitch icon? Like, are you talking about like how you have the muted audio icon next to your name? Is that what you're talking about? Because you have no audio? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. You want to change it? Okay, so are you on mobile or are you on PC? I guess either way, there should be a cog. Do you see a cog underneath the send a message chat box? Because you just click on that, and then you click on where you say identity preview, where it shows your name. You just click on that, and you just, or press on that, and it just, edit it. And you can change, from any of your available badges. But you just click on the cog. The COG, the cog. I wasn't in that game for any time. I got really badly tunneled, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it was on purpose, but when I was playing Killer earlier, I purposely avoided people that just got unhooked. I'm just saying, and we still got AKs. How do you get new ones? Well, I put in the chat whenever new ones are available, or in my stream title. That's what I personally do, because we've gotten, let's see, how many ones have we done in this chat that I have tried to help chat out with? Oh, K-Man! K-Man, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Welcome in, raiders. You sometimes get badges from watching certain streams for a certain amount of time. Sometimes you get it for donating to specific charities, for doing surveys, for attending Twitch cons, for gifting subs to certain channels while they're live, and playing certain games, watching special edition Twitch streams, like showcase streams, that you get badges for that. But I'll always put in my title whenever we're doing badge stuff. Badge stuff. Ooh, how was your Dead Space? Were you playing Dead Space for the first time, Cayman? Oh my god, thank you so much for the shoutouts, by the way. Oh, is it 3 dots on mobile? I thought it was cogs. It might be, I guess it might be different if you're watching, I guess, like, on the Twitch app or if you're watching on a browser. Let's see, what is it on the Twitch app? Twitch app is 3 dots. You are erect, sir. And on the browser, it's a cog. Okay, so cog or crog or dots. Cog or dots, depending on if you're on a browser on mobile or the app. I'm not insane. Krog, by the way. And then at the last scene, the game froze. Shut the front door. Was this your first time playing Dead Space, like, ever? Or were you, replaying it for stream? Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you guys are doing so good. I can do a raid trailer now! Yippee! Alright, let's do number 2. Nah, shit, Raven, is it 2 or 3? It's 2. Got it. I got it. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares.
What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the cult.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay on the screen again.
God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Thanks for the braid. Also, my pronouns are she and they. Thank you for asking. Weird. My OBS is acting up like crazy. On PC, click the icon that has a chat box on the left, and just click the icon you want. You can also enable it. They're on mobile though, Chloe. The speedrun into the jump scare kills me every time. Oh my god. What game was that though? That game was so much fun. I think we played that twice now. I think I played that. No, I've only played that once. Maybe. Shoot, it may have only been once. It was a fun game though. Oh, spades. Can't relate. They really wanted to hook me. That's right. It is what it is. I couldn't care less. I finally got a chance to like breathe. My head feels okay right now, but I'm sure as soon as I get into a game. No way. That's awesome. Ori, shut up. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. I'm gonna kiss you so fucking hard. I'm gonna kiss you and make out with you. And then I'm gonna pet Knight, because Knight is such a good boy. Can you tell Knight I said... He'll know what that means. Alright, thank you so much for the raid! What's up, Alejo? What is up, Lisbella? What's up, Needless Bob? What's up, Ultimate Annihilator? What's up, Dweeb? What's up, Gurgle? What's up, Raiders? Hi, Ori! And we're going through it. Listen, hugs. Hugs for you and anybody who wants it. If you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. But I'm giving you so much love, gamer. You and Knight. Hope everything's okay. Also, Cayman. Thank you for the forehead, Casey. Welcome in. Double rainbow. We're doing some DBD2 V8. Guys, I'm not good at this game. I'm so ass. I'm so banana hammocks at this game. But that's fine, because we're here for a good time, not a long time. Am I right, chat? Oh, I'm also doing this thing with G Fuel, where I'm drinking their teabagger flavor, and anytime I get teabagged while I'm playing Killer, I have to take a sip of G Fuel. How does one keep a husky puppy busy for 3 months? You get them another husky puppy. I mean, you just gotta do it. You gotta get another puppy. What do you mean? Obviously. You gotta give your puppy a puppy, and then your puppy has to get another puppy. Put them outside in the snow for an hour. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Captain Canada, who has, like, so much snow. Oh. I suppose it'd still keep busy, though, right? Oh, there you are. Is it an LOD? Captain Canada. Yeah, Raven's been sending Snapchats and she has like so much fucking snow. It's egregious. Ah! Come on, teabag me. I want to drink some G Fuel. Guys, everyone go follow Ryan. Ryan, please. Go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies. Bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. What? Nice. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please, guys, go take care of yourselves. Get your post-stream self-care. Go get some snackies. Get it, V Bunyasak. Am I saying their name right? Oh, poops and goops, guys. How big is that hitbox? Oh. I fucked up. You fucked up. You, he, she, me. Fucked up. Oh, peanut butter on a lick mat. Bob, you get me? Hi, Rootsy. Rootsy, thank you for the 1 million stream streak. Everybody say hi. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I got scared. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do that. Everyone say hi, Rootsy. Rootsy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I want to come up on somebody and sneak up on them. Where are they? I hear a million of you! Ah! Nice. About to say, I hear a million. Get it! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Just in case there was a fleshlight there, I got scared. Oh my god, please go raid and lurk. Jasper, stop! Sorry, Jasper's my cat and he's an asshole. Jasper! That boy. Yeah. My dog when he was a puppy, my pit bull, Boo, was like that too. Little brat. Oh. Forgot there were pallets in Shack. What was that sound? Why was that so scary? He's a nasty little pit bull, isn't he? You gonna throw that right away? No? I wanted to get the pallet! There we go. Wait, you're talking about Jasper? Bites my fingers? Because Jasper is the only animal that when I'm given a treat will bite my fingers. Like, not on, like, mean or, like, on purpose. He's just dumb. You dumb cat. Holy generators, Batman. Holy! Laura, watch out! Woo! Oh, did you just get unhooked? Oh, my bad, homie. I didn't know. I didn't know! I didn't hook her! I didn't know. Oh, I wanted to break the pallet, but that's fine. Holy, doing gens, Batman. Why am I not in chase? She get that much distance? Holy. Interesting choice. Ha! Controller player! Let's go! Controller player! Let's go! Yes! Oh my god. Yes! My cat Nemo gets so excited about meat treats so she'll bite my fingers and draw blood. Ooh. Thank God Jasper hasn't drawn blood. Yet. But I'm sure if he ever does, he'll get the taste of it and then it'll be game over for me. Vampire cat. Yes! Raven, yes! And it's so funny, it's so cute, I'm obsessed with her. Or Ham. Nice. At least I stopped that from getting rebuilt. You don't... Oh! She moved at the last second. Good girl, good girl. What is that sound? What is that, like, dong sound? You guys hear that, right? Like, dong. I also bite and draw blood for treats. Only if you promise. Holy lag, Batman! Not, well, not there. Well, a little bit there, but on the side of the rock. That was crazy. Oh, I lost her. Holy shit. I lost her completely. Oh, is this her? This might be her. This might be her, Scratchies? What is that sound, guys? What is that sound? Do you guys hear that? That, like, dong sound? You guys hear that? What is that? Oh, she's a medic. She doesn't have scratch marks. Right? Medic doesn't have scratch marks, right? No, that's not always getting power. That means your teammate kicked the gen and it's reached its max it can regress. Oh, really? What an interesting sound effect. Like, why? I mean, I'm not complaining, but like, why of all things do I get a sound effect for that? I guess that's what I'm trying to explain. That's what I'm trying to like figure out. It's like, why do I care if a gen's been kicked? Max, right? I don't know. Ha! Mine! I just stole that from space. I said, that's mine. Alright, that's regressing. Nice. And oh, nice. Wait, did I hit her? Ooh. I really wanted your little tiptoes, LOD. Wah! What the fuck? What the heck? Guys, why haven't I been teabagged? Why haven't I been teabagged once? Tentacle Breakdown was my nickname in college. Is a crazy name, but you know what? I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I see the vision. Oh, beat down. Never mind. Listen, I'm streaming. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, sorry. You're in a hook. I'm sorry, homie. Sorry. Interesting. Well, I guess, like, what? I guess, like, I'm curious, like, why did they thought that was a necessary change? Again, not complaining. Just curious because, like, if I just walk up to the gen, they'll have, like, the things on it saying, like, you can't kick it. You know? It's like, why the audio cue? Especially in a game mode that has, like, 1,000,001 audio cues. Why do I need another audio cue that does another thing when there's already a visual cue for it? Again, not complaining, just curious. Aw, oh, oops. Oh, she's a medic. No stretch marks! Oi, jamoy. Alright, I got 4 minutes to finish this game because an ad is about to play. Oh. Hello, love. Will this Alan? Oh, he did save her. None of my zombies are chasing. Oh, okay, there we go. Nice. Which means Alan is over here too. I'm gonna hook her. Because it looks like Alan is right there. There we go. There's the Alan. Okay. You're on that side. I got this side. I think if there is another hatch, it's got to be like over there. Because I saw Spades close one. I closed this one. Kate ran through this way and there was no hatch.
Hello.
My turn! My turn! Oh. Oh, I can't Mori. I can't Mori, I'm sorry. Yippee! Yeah! I couldn't Mori. Wait, could I have? I don't think so, right? GG's. Honestly, I didn't think that we were gonna get that. This is our first 8K. So, the last 2 games that we played, someone got a hatch. Because it was a 7K, 7K, now an 8K. I didn't see a prompt. Yeah, me either. Oh, I'm so sorry, Raven. That sucks. Nauseous ass. I don't know if I'd rather feel nauseous or a headache. I think I'd rather have a headache than be nauseous. It's really buggy. It's Dead by Daylight. It's just there, not useful, not useless. Yeah, yeah, exactly that, Chloe. It's just there. I'm gonna play an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. You guys aren't gonna miss anything. We're just gonna be in the lobby. Exactly. I think that's like, I don't know. I feel like nausea. You have both. Oh my god. And I feel like headaches. You know, like headaches. I can sleep off, right? Or not sleep off. Especially this one I've had for 2.5 weeks. Like headaches, I can sleep. Nausea, you're not sleeping. You're not eating. You're not doing. Yeah. Damn. That sucks. All right, guys, I'm so mad. How have we not gotten a single person to teabag me? What the fuck? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Fruitsy, truly. I'm playing Nemesis. How much more toxic can I get? Also, I'm drinking our Teabagger G Fuel today. I'm taking sips of G Fuel or shots of G Fuel every time I get teabagged as killer. Haven't been teabagged once. You know what? I'm gonna start including it for being teabagged as Survivor too, because at this point I'm never gonna finish my G Fuel. Oh my god, get Kaneki. Oh my god. Also, do you guys like my D&D poster that I put up here? Do you guys remember this? I'd show you the Mount Fuji one, but I have it up behind my setup so I can look at it instead of you guys. But there's my my D&D poster that I got from Gallery Panda! Exclamation point gallery! But very, very happy with it. And I wanted to put it somewhere where you guys can see it in my stream background, and this was like the only place I could really think of. That would work. You know what? I can't say anything about it, Twisted Metal, but I may have already seen it. Perks of being a creator! It's very, very cool. I am having both a lot and no motions right now, so I shall be lurking when I play 7 days. Listen, do your thing, Chicken Wing. Sending you lots of loves and hugs. If you want it, unless you don't want the hug, then you can spit in my eye, and I'll tell you, thank you, mommy. You know. I didn't know Toad was weighing. I'll go with option 2, spitting in my eye. And I go, thank you, mommy. Oh, you know what? What if I can get a ghost face? And the ghost face can teabag me. I almost just spit out my drink in front of my salad. No! No! I was joking! I was joking! Teabag me, teabag me, teabag me, teabag me. Yes! Get shit on! Everyone's laughing at you. Oh, that's not an angle. Was it? Damn. I heard Toad over there. I'll make you chug it. Chloe, you would. You would. I just need like a toxic 8-man lobby. Guys, I was so hot earlier and now I'm so cold. Oh my god, wait, my camera? My camera went off? What is that? Oh, guys, there was a cat in front of my... 4 minutes ago! There was a cat in front of my house! I need to capture it. I need to capture it and make it mine. Oh, thank you, Nemmy's Kitten. In my backyard camera, my backdoor camera, there was a raccoon the other night. That was very, very exciting. Ah, poops, can't get that. I've tried the flashbang to save the carries forever, but did nothing. Oh, really? I like having the flashbangs, though. Fuck you, Ghostface. Fuck you, Ghostface. Fuck you, Ghostface. I really love this. I really love this Lightbringer class. It makes me so happy. Get exposed, nerd. Oh, the TikTok? Okay. Flashlight only works. Oh, flashbang does work, but it's different now since they updated it, you know? Since they did their the update. What's up, Ted? Mwah. Thank you for the 4 hey QC. Spades is my flashlight royalty, or flashbang royalty. I do love getting banged by spades. It was just who we're playing with right now. They get many a bang save on me. It's very hot. Where's Leanne's moans when we need her? Holy! This person's been on hook, and I don't know if they're gonna get saved. This person's still on hook. But they're all the way over there. How am I supposed to get all the way over there, guys? Yeah, yay, someone saved them. I hear Leon's moans. Oh. Wait, how many outside kitties do you have? Like a stun gun? Oh my god. I'm telling you, once we deplete our item, like say you have a toolbox that's empty, we should be able to just chuck it at the killer's forehead or something. More consistent than life personally. Really? See, I used to be a banger. Like, I used to love banging people. I used to love banging people, but then with the flashbang change, I just never got back into the swing of it, you know? I haven't gotten back to the swing of it as well as I would have had liked to have gotten back to the swing of it, you know? You know what I mean? Words are hard. Nice. Why are they both on me? What did I do? Is there a window here? Come on. Damn, found the window. Yeah, I miss it. I miss it a lot. Oh! I don't think I was getting humped. I think he was just trying to get me. Exactly. That's why I wish the flashlight timing went back to, oh my god, Spades, do you see this? You see those 2 survivors that were over there just like crouching on the edge of the map? Oh. Thank you, love. Do you want to heal me? Thank you. Thank you. I was like, I'm dead. Please help me. I need assistance. I need assistance. I don't want to die. I don't think I'm going to be able to get there for this. I'll try. Worth it. Wait, did I get the save? I did! No way! Period. Pussy pop. I can't believe I got that save. That's crazy. Wait, did you get it, Zaria? Zaria? Oh. Look, there's the ghost face right there, too. I'm scared because both killers are right here. I need to get away. Yo, what's up, Tomo? How are you doing? Oh. Yeah, ghost face. I'm gonna go just as far away as I can from you, because you scare me. Why does he want me so bad? What did I do? Oh, good. There's a Leon over here. Perfect. Why me? What did I do? Ah, shit, nipples. Ah! I did get that really good flashlight save on him, though, so I'll take it. Not even a teabag. He couldn't even teabag me. I'm so sad. This game sucks. I just want to get teabagged. There she is. There she is. I want to do my Ada cosplay again. I still have to do my Lady Dimitrescu cosplay, though. I still gotta do that. I gotta try on the costume because I bought that costume when I was 30 pounds heavier, so I don't know if it fits. Yo, Spades, get they ass, get they ass. Oh. Get their ass, literally. Flashlight their ass. What? What? Good joggy, huh? You good joggy? You good joggy? You're so fat. You're so fat. You're a big boy. You're a big boy. Good doggy. Jasper fat. Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, come here. Up. Up. Oh, you're so cute. But you're so fat. Do you want to come on my lap? Because mommy's cold. Want to come on my lap? Mommy's cold. Listen. I'm a world before I am a man. How are we already at 3.5 hours? What the hecky? Oh, Spades, you were totally fine. I am big chillin'. No, you clipped that? You're a monster. That was really funny, though. That was really funny. I was like, no way is he gonna get me over here. He's so fluffy. I don't know why. I keep calling them doggies. Come here, puppy. Come here, puppy. Good boy. Do you want to say hi to chat? Want to say hi to chat? Want to say hi? Your big belly? Is it your big belly? Oh my god. You got the biggest belly ever? Right. Everybody say hello. Everybody say hello. Was ist das? What are you doing, Jojo? Alright, can you lay on my lap, please? Because you're so warm. I don't want you to leave me. Please just stay. Oh my god. He's like digging his head into my hand because he likes his ear scratched. Ear scratchy. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Thank you, because you're so warm. Can you lay down? Can you lay down for mommy? I'm gonna scoot my chair in, okay? Do you mind? Oh, damn it. I just wanted to be warm. I'll give you a bunny, a kitty. I'd really like that. Oh, I just touched my arm and it's so cold. Oh, my hand is cold. Ugh. You know, I want to see what these... Are these guys still hanging out on the side of the map? They are! Ah! This is why the gens aren't done. Wesker's puppy and Nevi's kitten have just been faffing about the sides of the map doing nothing! The entire time! They literally haven't done anything the entire time. Oh, careful. Don't want to touch that gen. Oh wait, that's the different Leon. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. I can't watch this. Can't watch this. Oh, the Fugman's just hanging out on the side too. Man. Yeah, Spades. No, Spades, you're the only person that's literally doing anything. Everyone else is just on the side of the map. Yeah. Yeah, those two Leons that are getting you right now have just been crouching on the side of the map doing nothing. 'Tis very disappointing. You tell him, Spades. Remember before I forget. How many Leons are there? Alive are 3. I can't remember if there may have been another one. Ghostly, that is exactly what Spades just did. And I think Spades is trying to get out of the game now. Yeah. Yeah, they just, they unhooked Spades and then they, Oh, I was sneeze. Oh, I took allergy meds today, too! Then wear the ash. You know what? I actually have to put blood points in the ash. Bless you. I don't want to. He's like staring so intently at me. You had your chance. Oh, can I put blood points in it? No, I can't put blood points into ash while I'm. Oh, that's fine. Na, 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 na. Oh, you know what? I should pick a tome challenge. I've been forgetting to pick a tome challenge this entire time. What do I have? What do I got right now? Let me see if I can find maybe like close hatch tome challenge. Maybe a grab one. Kill the obsession 4 times. To the king baby. Who's king? Oh, to the king. Comma baby. I gotcha. Yeah, and it's like, I'd understand if it was like the beginning of the game. And we're just like faffing about or whatever. Or if it's like if you got a full lobby. But I mean, they're making it impossible. It's basically a 1v2. Or yeah, like a 1v2 at that point. With Spades being the one. It's just obnoxious. And like, so I'm a very impatient person, and like, I don't care about living or dying. Like, you guys know, I could not care less about living or dying. I am a very impatient person though, and I want to get this show on the road. That's what I'm saying. And they're just extending the game for literally no reason, and they're making it quite boring too. Oh, Jesus Christ. It scared the hell out of me. Yo! Catastrophic, thank you for the bunch of the bits. What the heck? V, thank you for a bunch of the bits. What is happening? God? Spades, I left. I'm looking for tome challenges now. Thank you so much for the bits. What the heck? Alright, I finally picked a tome challenge. And Chip! Chip, thank you for the bits. I don't think it's reportable. Or I couldn't care less about reporting them personally. I don't think. I just think it's annoying, cause I'm just like, guys, I want to play, and they're keeping the game just like, it's just boring, you know. At that point, I just want to keep going. Thank you guys so much for the bits. What the heck? I'll take a nibble. Guys, I can't wait to play Detroit Become Human. I'll play it eventually, don't worry. V, I hope you're doing very well. Catastrophic, I hope you're doing amazing. Have a good night, Dragon. It's good, right, Dragon? Everyone say good night, Dragon! Exactly, Chloe, right? Surviving. Real. Real. Oh, Ghostly, you're so sweet! I hope you're doing okay, though. Hugs for anybody who wants them, unless you guys don't want the hug, guys, and double and give to the next person. Oh, question! Since the Ghostface stuff sold out for the pre-orders, who here got their hands on them before the pre-orders sold out? And you guys use code KITTEN for 30% off? Oh, ew. He's like really clean and belly. Misa broke. Real. I only got it because it was sent to me for free. Double hugs? Did you get your post-stream self-care? No, I totally get spades. Because literally, if you're not going to do the gen, no one else is going to. Blight hitting a Nook is crazy. Like, you're not doing... Like, you're the only one doing something. Jar Jar Binks? Well, that's how I read it. Misa broke. Yeah, Ghosty's. I'm gonna wait a second to see if we get into a killer game. 5 people live, 1 gen left, and you were the only person making an attempt. I had to stop watching because I was honestly getting pissed off. Yes, killer game. Let's go. Do I need to play an ad? We could do an ad. All right, we'll do an ad really quickly because I don't think we can finish the game without an ad playing. Yes, came in good. I'm glad you're getting some dinner. Oh, V. Real. Let's see. There's a Nia in this game. Hopefully. There's 2 Nias in this game. Hopefully they're teabaggers. Have you ever seen an elephant shrew? Is shrew a noun or a verb? Is that like an animal? I have Muko. I have full-size Myers. Oh, that's right! You said, I think you have said that, right? I wonder why that is, B. It's the roundest thing with a long nose. What's it called? An elephant shrew? Whoa, whoa. I have seen one of these before. I have. It's like a miniature anteater. They're so cute. All right, we finally got into a game. 9? 9? Whore. Alright, ads are done. Perfect timing for the ads. Let's go. Holy shit!
The bite of 19.
There's no way that I do the whore, and Tom comes in the chat. There's no fucking way that just happened. Yo, Tom, thank you for the 19 months. The bite of 97 is so strong. What the hecky? Where's Rick? Where's Rick? No way I got her ass. What the fuck? Everyone say hi, Tom! Tom, we love you. We miss you. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Oh my god, I hope you're doing so good. Thank you so much for the 19 months. Enjoy your 90 content. Your 90 emotes, ad free viewing, and your sub badge. I cannot believe the summoned him. So happy for that though. Oh. I'm not playing very well. Tier 2 though, tier 2. We are tier 2 though, so I'll take that. Aw, I'm so ass at this game, guys. Me and my duo played against you guys as Blight and Ghosty. Oh my god, were you the ones that we just did in the corn? Y'all, I don't know what those other players were doing, but They were not touching gens. They were not doing chase. They were just hiding the entire time. I felt so bad. Because, like, how boring. Oh. It's like, how boring, you know? Hey, GG's, guys. Yeah, those other survivors were, like, so annoying. They weren't doing anything the entire game. And Spades was just trying to get you guys to kill them so we could move on and play. Oh, Jasper, stop! Sorry, my cat is knocking stuff over my desk. See? How easy is it to not tunnel? That has nothing to do with the killers the last game. Has nothing to do with the killers last game. Just from our other killers that we got. How easy is it to not tunnel? But no, GG's. Oh my god, wait. Whoever was the ghost face from that last game, though, we did clip you hitting me on the tractor, because it was just really fucking funny. I definitely didn't scream or cry or anything. Tally is a choice. And 2v8, oh my god, Tom, it's been so bad. There's been 2 games where I haven't been able to play, like, at all. And it's fine, it is what it is. It's fine, like, it is what it is. But it's just like I'm getting bored. I just want to play the damn game. Because it's hard when you're playing with people. Because you gotta wait. And when you play with Spades, who's actually good at the game, they actually make it to the end game. And I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem with making it to end game. So it's been unfortunate, but it is alright. It is what it is. Gotcha ways. Oh, Tom, that happened to me earlier. I got an endurance hit on somebody because Spades had hooked somebody, and I didn't know that they had been hooked by Spades because how was I supposed to know? And so I got the endurance hit, and then I moved on, right? Because it's like, oh, sorry, didn't know you were getting hooked. Oh, and then another survivor was VMing because I was like quote unquote tunneling them. But it's like, no, I wasn't. I literally wasn't. We're gonna have to clear this area because we got quite a few people here. I think I'm body blocking this enough that we should be good if Michonne is behind me. Yeah. That's perfect. That was perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Nice. Nice. Huge pressure. Mars attacks. Literally, I got my Mars attacks cup over there. Oh, I did have a shot of Malort today, Tom. That was very exciting. My first alcoholic shot in, what, 2.5 weeks? Malort, it was very gross. Ew. Did you guys hear that? Ew. Let's go over here. Oh my god, there's only 2 gens left. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, whoa, there's like 5 people over here. Hello, Michonne. I know you weren't just hooked because you were hanging out for the flashlight save. Oh! You did just get hooked! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, I didn't know! I know we're just talking about tunneling, but there's 2 gens left. Oh, I feel bad. Fuck, I didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I feel bad. We were literally just talking about tunneling, but there's 2 gens left. I feel like I have to now at this point. To be fair, I'm not the one who hooked her. To be fair. Did I? Wait, did I hook her? Wait, no, I think I did. Was she the one that was in that tile with a... You know what? I think I did tunnel. Well, I think it's time to get rid of my DVD creator. I'm all fucked up now. Yeah, it's 2 gens left. It's fair game. I agree. Justice for Michonne. No, seriously. Justice for Michonne. Justice for Michonne! I tunneled. Oh no. And I was literally just going on my high horse about like, oh guys, don't tunnel. Guys, don't tunnel. It's so easy not to tunnel. And I literally just tunneled. Spade says, go get him, Tiger. Go get him, Tiger. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no pallet here unless it was made up again. Damn. What's up, Goddess? Goddess, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Also, mwah, thank you for the forehead, Kiki. Hope she has better next name. Hey, to be fair, at least she wasn't, like, tunneled out and there's, like, 6 gens left. There were 2 gens left. And there were 2 other people that were dead besides her. So it's not like me earlier where I was first out. I'm sure she'll be fine. Watch out! That's my deep eerie DVD creator. I do feel bad. I want to tell Michonne I'm sorry, but like, that's like when streamers go into people's streams. Oh, is this someone on Hook? This is someone on Hook. It's like when streamers go into someone's stream and they go, "Hey, I'm your killer. Go easy on me," or something like that, right? And then they tunnel out the person, and then they go into the chat. "Oh God, sorry for tunneling." It's like, ugh. Ew, you know, it's like we know exactly what you were doing. We know exactly what you were doing. And you know exactly what you were doing. Yeah, I think it's a good game. I do feel bad, though. Because I was the one that hooked her. Oh, there's only 1 person left. Just the Nia. Oh, the Funkman got unhooked. So they gotta be over here. Fungman got unhooked. Rick got unhooked. Fungman got healed. Rick is healed. Alright, let's do a zombie check. No one's really looking. The zombies are just walking around aimlessly, so I'm gonna go this way, because this is where the gens are. No way! What flavor perfumes did we get today? Oh no, headache, you were doing so well. Oh, there we go, there's somebody. Oh, my headache was doing so well. Please don't go bad again. Yes. Found somebody. Alright, there's Rick and Nia. Hello, Nia. Would you like to play a game? Nice, nice, nice. Get some distance, get some distance. I don't think there's a pallet here. There is a pallet here. Yeah, sure. Caramel mousse sundae and cherry darling. Oh my god. How, I bet, so I don't know much about perfumes or eau de parfum, etc. But those would sound delicious if like mixed together, no? Yo, thank you for the 3 stream streak. They are layerable. Slay. That sounds very delicious. Yeah, you smell edible? Thanks, I showered. No, you did say that, Dangos. 6-7. Sorry, I can't take my finger off the keyboard right now. Oh, hatches are up! Wait, 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 wait. I need more bullets. Wait. Wait, okay, well, all the hatches are gone now. Oh. Ooh, there's a healing tonic right there, Nia. Just heal yourself. Just heal yourself, forehead. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I got it. I didn't get the Mori last time. Yippee! Oh, how fun! Yippee! I'm sorry, I just really wanted that Mori because we didn't get the prompt last time. Oh, Michonne, I'm so sorry. Michonne, I'm so sorry. GG's, y'all. Oh, I feel so bad. She left, but I need to put it in there. I am sorry. I wear Versace, Eros, and Burberry and Tom Fords. What the fuck? I feel like I'm too poor to be in this chat right now. Oh my god, catastrophic. Thank you for the bits. What the fuck? So, Spades, I was just bitching about how, like, see how easy it is to not tunnel? And then I literally hooked that Michonne in a TNL wall. And then, like, fast forward to, like, I don't know, 60 seconds later, I find a group of survivors. And I chase after the Michonne because she's injured. And she was opening a chest and was like, well, you know, whatever. And I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna go for you because I don't know if I've hooked you, you know? And I hit her and she had endurance. And I was like, oh, well, maybe Spades hooked her. And then I downed her and was like, and then I remembered that I had just downed her at the TNL wall and she must have just gotten off hook. So, yeah. TJ Maxx. Oh, you know what? I've actually gotten some really great stuff from TJ Maxx. Whoever dropped down away from you, then the funk man scared me and dropped them ahead and I downed her, and then after I hooked them both, your zombie fell on my head and scared me. Wait, I love that. Catastrophic. Thank you so much for even more biddies. What the hecky? Oh, I forgot to ready up. Sorry. Yeah, it was 2 gens left, right? It was so scary. Oh my god, Tom. Okay. So, oh no, Panda Pants Party. Hold on. Let me click your name. Message history. Oh, here we go. Myers, Mars attacks alien. Shut up. An undead crusader. Spike from Gremlins. Captain Cuts. Ophelia, Cerberus. Barnaby the Bear. I don't know who any of these people are. Krampus. I might be a little bit extra. Honestly, I love that for you though. Honestly, that sounds really honestly, that sounds really sick. Carry post. Oh, I just read it. I just read it. Oh, I just pinned someone's message. Sorry, I can't click out of this. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to pin that. Oh, the perfume bottles. Yeah, I feel bad though, because I did remember it after a second though. Oh, a xenomorph animatronic would be so dope, but like scary at the same time. Closer to you. Oh, here's the truck that Remy was talking about. Oh, now we know what you're talking about, Remy. Sorry, it was like from like an hour ago. These look so cute. Yeah, I would just eat them. Caramel Muse Sundae and Cherry Darling. These look so cute. What's up, Jordan? Jordan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That's just more than 500. What if they're on sale? Stepping closer to you. Late slip. A wizard is never late, nor the early their life precisely when they mean to. Really? You know what? I might have seen that because I remember going to Home Depot last year with my dad to look at all the animatronics. I may have seen it because they had some really dope ones. One of y'all should have taken a hit. All night long. Jordan, I hope you're having a very good week so far. Oh, the tonics. Yeah, but Chloe, you're too good at this game. Oh, maybe I don't remember that one. I don't remember a pirate. Tom, I'll do it if I know them. Not if they're a random, though. Caught in a bad romance. Head over our hearts. Yeah. What was it that you wanted to tell me? Did I want to tell you something? I don't remember. I love you. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Why are we in this loading screen? Maybe someone's internet is pooping out again. What was it you wanted to tell me, Pixel? I hate you. I'm joking. So anyways, Tom, really? Oh my god, the world will never know. It was probably super duper important too. Joking, it probably wasn't. Oh my god, you know what I can tell you? So I'm doing this challenge today, Tomothy. I'm doing this fucking challenge today where I am drinking the Teabagger G Fuel and I'm taking a shot of G Fuel every time someone's oh, it was Leary's. Well, I guess it was Survivor, so it doesn't matter. Because I know Spades didn't want to get Leary's. I guess like the server just like cucked. It doesn't look like anybody DC'd. I think the server just shut down. But not a single person has, people hate Leary's now. Oh, Spades doesn't want to be on Leary's when they're playing Oni. But not a single person has teabagged me. Not when I'm playing Killer, and no one has teabagged me. I love Leary's. Fun fact, like one of my favorite maps. Caught in a bad moments. Yeah, I don't mind Leary's as Survivor. I don't really play Killer though, so I don't really have thoughts. I actually like it as Killer because I feel like I can hear like characters' footsteps, but also I don't play Oni. No, wait, have you ever gotten your tongue pierced before? Oh, I see, Spades. What are the buffs to Oni? First time? Oh, I'm excited for you. Oh, are you faster, like, in your power? Yeah, I can imagine that'd be quite difficult to control. Yeah, okay. My, when your baby's sick, I want your love. Jasper, I had such a great, like, 10 minutes of peace without you. I had 10 minutes of beautiful, delicious peace. Yeah. I remember I was in... I don't know if I was, like, in middle school or high school when this song came out. Probably high school. And I remember I was in theater and we were all listening to this song. And I learned how to do the dance to this song because at one of our, like, theater parties, like, after parties or something, after, like, a show, a bunch of the gay guys in theater, whoa, there were gay guys in theater, shocker, would teach us the dance. I don't remember it. I remember there was, like, this, and I don't remember the rest of it. Run into walls and scream simulator. Me. Gay! I remember the music video for this. I don't really watch a lot of music videos. But I watched a lot of Lady Gaga. This one. The disco stick one. Let me take a ride in your disco stick. And Paparazzi. I've seen all of those. But I watched this one a lot. Shout out to all the gay guys in theater. It's me. I want your love, and I want your revenge. I want your love, and I wanna be friends. Je donne amour, et je ne donne amour. Je donne amour. I don't... Teabagged! I've been teabagged! Oh my god, finally! Alright, we gotta take a shot of Teabagger. Let's go! Thank you, Elodie. Wait, is this Elodie? Who is this? Oh, is that Zarina? Who is this? Who are you? Kate? That's Kate? What the fuck? No, that's Nia? I've never seen Nia look that attractive. That's Nia? What? I've never seen a Nia look this attractive before. Nia's usually like scuffed. What? I'm agog. I am aghast. I went through every female survivor before I finally figured out which one she was. But hey, I finally got teabagged, guys. Alright? And that's all that matters. She's a street rat. Street rat. I won't buy that. I'm getting teabagged! Yay! Alright, more G Fuel. This is the first time in 4 hours that we've been getting teabagged. I like a scuffed Nia myself. I don't want my Nia looking like a Hollywood actress. I like scuffed Nia. Tom, don't even get me started. I had to drink my Snapple. I had to finish up my Snapple. She does clean up nice. She does. Whoa! Ooh, that's rich daddy laugh. Woo! I was like, does he have 3 jumps because he's in 2v8? Does he have 3? And he does. Do you like how he had someone injured that he was chasing, but then he went for me instead because he saw the Twitch shirt? Wait, when can that go through rocks? Dog can bite. I assumed. I was like, this. Oh, it's a ghost face too. That's the other killer. Damn. That can go through the entire. That's crazy. Really? This guy does not want to pick me up. Hold on, I'll just use my power. Hold on. Right? Bitch. I'm so getting tunneled. I'm so getting tunneled, guys. Get his ass! Oh, I'm so good. Imagine that wall wasn't there, though. Oh, if that wall wasn't there, that would have been so hot. I don't know where he went, though. There he is. Can I get him out of his thing? Oh, there he is. Look, 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 look. Did he see me? Are you kidding me? How is that not even not it didn't even start to close once. What? That's crazy. I tried to FOV and I got stuck on a wall. My board! Teabag me, teabag me, teabag me. Did you just break a wall on accident? Wait, Spades, let me recover. Ow. I would have loved if I got to recover again because of Spades distracting the killer. And then I was able to get up again. That'd be so funny. Wait. Woo! Oh, did I spill G Fuel at some point? I must have. My tits are wet. Lightboard is so funny. Oh, Leon's Moans. We had a game with like 5 Leons. And I was getting moaned on by like 2 of them at one point. My tits are so wet, guys. Oh, hello, love. Oh, shit. Watch out, Kate. There's a killer there. Ah! Did you panic screenshot? I purposely screenshotted, but then I panicked afterwards. Hey, thank you so much for the follow! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. I was gonna say, you better not go through this. Ah! What's up, Therapeutic? Welcome in. I'm actually doing okay right now. I'm doing okay. My head was really, really bad earlier. Like my brain was really bad earlier, but it's a little better now. How are you doing, Therapeutic? No, it tastes so much better, Tom. Like, I honestly feel like it's not the same flavor, but it is the same flavor. But it tastes so much better. It's like way more refreshing. Oh, Ace. There's an Ace in our game. He's wearing the leopard mantis that I love. My bad. And so I was taking a screenshot of his butthole. The quality? Wait, what quality? Booty. Oh. I'm getting teabagged! Gotta drink some more teabagger. We're getting so many tea bags this game, guys. It's so good. Oh, thanks. Oh, that makes me so happy. Whoa. Mine! I think she wanted the heal. My heal. My points. Ooh, I'm actually quite scared right now. Ooh! It's like I'm Death Hook. Take them, not me. Where did they go? Alright, 2 gens left. There's a dog right there. I think the dog left spades. Both killers are right there. Ace's manties are right there. Okay, we're good. Yeah. I'm scared. I don't want to die. I want to actually live through a game. Although if I do die, it won't be bad. It's a pretty long game. Just don't want to get yoinked off a gen. I've never panicked ever in my life, ever. Tom, I figured he was looking for the generator, so I took a gamble. I did gamba. Oh, 11. Oh, you know what? You guys got that gen, right? Oh, Nia. I got you. I got you, sis. She's not Death Hook, though. I got this. On God, I got this. Yay! Yay, I got my girl! Yeah, sure. Let's go! Whoa. Did you guys see that? Oh. What the heck? Alright, sorry, I got distracted. Ayo. The other day I was like, so you do think 68 feels Fuck! 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 No! 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 Tom is working! Tom is working with the other killers! Oh, Spades, you're so hot. Spade says, help is on the way, dear. Where? Don't you want to get healed? Holy shit. I saw a funny post the other day that was like, so do you think 68 feels jealous his neighbors got Oh my god! No, I literally... So, I don't know, I was doing something. 3 people and he missed all of us. That is so fun. No! Spades! Help me! I'm scared! No, I'm too scared. I'm leaving. Oh, yes. Oh! Oh my god! Mick! I can't do anything right now. But yes, I have thought that similarly Guys, all I want to do is live, and I'm like biting my toenails. I'm so scared. Ghostface, you're good? That's so fun. So scared. I'm so scared. No one's died yet. I do not want to die. Nope, I'm leaving. Nah, man. The flying dog. What? Nah, you see that? You see that? Okay, no. I was gonna be like, no way you're leaving me! Or leaving her to get me! Damn it. I tugged at his mouse cable when he was chasing you guys. He took it. He took the money back? SMH. I'm sorry. How much money was it? It was like 68 bucks? This game is stressing me out, guys. I'm getting really stressed out right now. What I just did to go see, I like confused teched him. Oh, you know what? That's honestly, if I ever survive in a video game in Dead by Daylight, it's literally because I have no clue what's happening. Oh, imagine! Nia, no! I should have stopped healing, but I really wanted to get the heal done. Oh, she's not dead. Okay, we're good. What's up, Aikumi? Hi, Aikumi. I hope you're doing so good. Oh, so... Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Look, 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 look. He wants it so bad. Ooh! Guys, I do not want to die. No, I gotta leave. Both killers are right here. Shit. Oh, thank God. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm just leaving. I'm just running. Run, run, run. That door's being opened. Fuck you! Fuck you! Well, not you, Ada. Sorry. I just got both killers to run right past me. No way. Because that ghost face ran right past me. No way. Oh, get me out of this game. Get me out of this game. Get me out of this game. Get me out. Get me out! Yes! I like when Pixel gets excited. She shakes salt on her tongue. I don't wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends. Wait, how long have we had a bot? That was very fun. So much is happening. Oh my God. Thank you so much for clipping things. You guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. That was such a fun game. And I finally got clips for my teabag video. God damn. Guys, I have to pee. Okay, pee now. Add. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, I gotta go. Okay, we're loading into a game. All right, run ad. Be right back. Okay. Be right back. He's giving me no first. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my God. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get hatch. He goes into his power? And then I can get the save. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm here. I'm playing. I'm playing. Sorry. Sorry. Also, thank you for the lurk refresh. I'm not gonna chase you at shock. While I have, no tier 2. Sorry, I thought I'd have more time to pee, guys. Guys, I'm feeling it. I feel like I'm gonna get teabagged this game. I'm feeling it. I feel like this is the teabag time. Teabag time! Oh, that wasn't it. That was a crouch. Teabag me. You were here the whole time? The whole time? Stop it, I'm not tier 2 yet. Yes, my zombie's blocking her. Yes. Damn it! Didn't have the length. What is the vision? Oh, so I'm drinking the Teabagger G Fuel. And I'm trying to get clips for a YouTube video. So I'm trying to get clips to get teabagged. Oh, I'm about to get flashlight saved. Or flashbangs, yep. Oh, too late! That was so late, homie! Oh, you should be embarrassed. Oh, embarrassing. Oh, embarrassed. That flashbang was as good as when I flashbang people, Alan. Yo, wait, he was way too late to bang. Shut up. That was way too funny. Oh, I'm still tier fucking 1. Damn it. Oh my god. Wait. Is he like okay? Wait. What? Maybe that's why he's playing on Anonymous. And gave it away. Dangos, you are so cute. Oh my god, I'm gonna eat you up. Alright, I need to kill the zombie really quickly. I need to get tier 2. Like, desperately. Desperately, I needed that. Oh my god. Alright, guys, I finally got it down. Don't worry about me. I finally got one. Is this the same person from before? This is the Alan Wake character, right? Does she not make any sounds? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Why are you not making any sounds? Why are you so quiet? Piss! 2 cups of red kinky. Oh, hell yeah, brother. I've had 1 shot of Malort. Then my head, I don't think it was related, but my head's been hurting a little bit. My head feels much better right now. I think I'm ready for another shot. Ah, you bit. There's your girlfriend again. Oh my god, your mom knows us. Oh my god, that is so cute. Shut up. That is adorable. Tell your mom I said hi, mom. That's so cute. G Fuel does cure migraine. Okay, I'm not gonna say that because people are gonna like quote me and then I'm gonna get sued. I don't think I'm gonna catch her. I'm gonna try though. Yes! Nia, don't take a hit for her! Yes! Whoa! What the fucky? What the fucky walkie? Did you guys see that? Holy rubber band. Holy rubber band Batman. Oh my god. That was the craziest rubber band I've had in a while. Really aggressive. Oh my god. Someone please take Jasper from me. Oh my. Oh. Well, he like rubber banded too. I'm coming for your pussy. Ah, poops. I'm coming for your pussy. What? Your pussy's delicious. That was my first really bad rubber band. Oh, Cheeky! Oh my god, Cheeky. I did not see your message. I'm so sorry, Cheeky. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That's why I've been taking those goodies. Where is this blood trail going? Bitch. I'm gonna reset him. Oh, I wanted to scare the heck out of her, but I think she saw me last second. I need more bullets! Yeah, sure. Oh, Shack pallet, or Shack hatch. Shack gen! Fuck, never got done. Shack pallet, Shack hatch, Shack gen! Oh my god. That time I wanted to hit her. That's fine. I'll allow it. You have nothing now, Jilliam. You have nothing now to save you. I'm like shrimping. I'm like sitting so close to my screen right now. She's gonna throw that right away, right? Yeah. But then I get her. I don't know why people do that. Why do people do that? Yes, sure. Oh my god. Of just me saying, yes, sure. My rubber bands. My bands are rubbering. I wanted to see if she would do the gen because the gen is so close to. Well, that's not like that close. I wanted to see if she would like pressure the gen because I thought that'd be super funny. I'm actually gonna pressure this area because they are by the gen that's nearly done. Oh! All right. I really wanted that grab, but I'll take this instead. Damn it! That's right. You know what? Because I have like all these zombies here, I think it's actually good if I kick this gen. Because that'll probably get some good regression. Yeah. Holy shit, they want this gen done. Holy shit. I think I can get this Nia. I don't think she can get anywhere. Unless I rubber band. Cool. And no pallet, thank god. Oh, thank god. That actually could still hit me. Oh, did she? I didn't even notice. Well, thank gosh. Thank gosh she missed that. Thank gosh. Oh, there's only one gen left. That's why they want this so bad. Look, 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 look. There's 3 zombies over here. 3 of them. I'm gonna check Shack. I'm going back. Oh, hello, love. Did I just hook you, or am I crazy? Oh, I didn't realize there was a pallet. I thought the window was there. It was a conga line. It was, actually. Let's go back to this gen, yeah. Might as well add more pressure to it, right? Shoot. Oh, she's smart. She went the other way. Someone's upstairs healing. There she is. Hello, love. Oh my god. Shaq, what? You're such a hater. It's their win con. This gen is their win con. Oh, nice. That's right. This is actually the first time, the first game all night that they've got all the gens done. So I still feel like we're doing all right. And I wasn't even here for the beginning of the game, so let's put that out there. I don't know how long I missed, like how much of the game that I missed. But I did miss the beginning of the game. Because I was pushing. Oh, there was a Meg. I think I get this. Nice. Not bad, not bad. They have to have that door done. They have to. I'm actually, you know what? While Spades is checking, yeah, that door's been worked on. I'm actually gonna check over here. Making sure like any hooks haven't been over here. Okay. I think they're just all over on that side. Now we'll go back to this dude. Oh. Someone's over here. I wonder why no one's left yet. What's happening? Oh, here we go. Drop down. I don't know where they dropped down to. I'm like so locked in right now, guys! Damn. Are they all like at the door like bagging? Wait, we should go to the door! Cause I need to get teabagged! Oh, Jesus. Careful. Wait, I need to get teabagged, guys. Are they all there teabagging me? Please. Please have one person there. What's up, Dizzle? Dizzle happy? What? No one's here? What the hecky? Oh, man. Wait! Got another door. Oh my god, I love your new Discord profile picture, by the way, Tom. I forgot to mention that. Damn it! I didn't even get to get teabagged! Damn, GG's. GG's. I love it. It's such a good profile picture. And such a cool badge, too. I'm so glad you're able to get that. Dizzle, mwah, thank you for the 4 headkits. I hope you're doing amazing. Should we, maybe one more killer game? You did get teabagged on Cold Tower. Not by a survivor, though. Oh, really? Did I get teabagged? I missed it. Oh, man. Aw, man. I missed it. Okay, I can't clip it, then. I'm thinking, like, what? One more killer game? So however many survivor games, and then the next killer game, and then we'll call it, for me. Yeah. What's up, Points in Milky Way? I'm gonna take a little sip of G Fuel. Don't mind me. I can't believe I'm not getting teabagged. This killer is so stupid. This game sucks. Every time I play killer, I get teabagged by survivors. And the one time I'm trying to make content out of it. Gotta start pumping people? No, I don't want to do that. I'm above that. Silver Scream. Enjoy the show. Oh, I'm so sorry you feel sick. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. I just got over being sick. Ugh, I'm so sorry, Tom. I'm glad you're feeling better, though. Today has been the worst that my head has felt since the first week. Not as bad as the first week, but it's been, like, oof, close. But it's definitely getting better. But today does feel like a step backwards. I don't know. I don't know. I did eat before stream. So I usually don't because my sleep schedule's so ass. Head get better, please. Like truly, like just please, love of God, please. I'm in so much pain. And doing these workouts sucks. This is my first RPD. The entire 2v8. This is only my third time playing 2v8 of this iteration. But it's only my first RPD. Oh my God, please show it to me. Is it one that you've made? I'm scared. Oh, someone got grabbed. That has to be a ghost face, eh? You know, I'm gonna go for the save. Because getting hooked first in RPD 2v8 is always like a death sentence. So I'm gonna go for the save. What's up, Shadowhug? The whole working out while having a migraine is probably the worst part about it. Like, don't get me wrong, having migraines suck, but doing the workouts for an hour and a half simultaneously is just cheeks. I think we'll have time to heal and then get that gamer. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Shadowhawk, I hope you're doing so good. Speaking of walking, hope you've been able to get some walks in. If not, I hope you can get them in soon. Oh, nice. I got him. Cool. Welcome to Wait, when does Requiem come out? Is that Friday? Are we playing Resident Evil on Friday? Oh, you asked me to do miracles. I'm so sorry. Thursday? Okay, well I won't be streaming tomorrow. Let's go. Oh! That person just got yeeted. Damn. Well, I guess I'll be playing it on Friday then. Wesker got home field advantage. What the heck? Hello, love. Goodbye, love. I still don't know who the other killer is. I see Wesker and I do not know the other one. Oh my god. Oh, Boo! Boo was just rubbing up on my leg. That scared the heck out of me. Oh, it is a ghost face. I knew it. When I saw that person get grabbed, I was like, it had to be, right? Oh! Was that the Fungmin that was just doing a gen with me? That just DC? Oh my god, 4 people are hooked. That's what sucks about RPD, is that no one goes for saves. Because it's always on the other side of the map. Oh, 2 Adas! That sucks. Oh. Let's go ahead and expose that. Let's go for these saves. I'm screwed. Still gonna try to go for these saves though, I think. As in case I'm getting chased. Killer blind. Yes! I got it, I got it, I got it. No way! Ah, damn! That's alright. That is alright. Holy ping, by the way. 90 ping. I don't think it's a bad map personally. I like it, but in 2v8, someone always gets left unhooked because no one ever goes for the unhooks. So I'm like, I will forego doing any gens if it means I'm just getting unhooks because I know how much it sucks. Well, I do. So question, Tom, what is your favorite map? Yeah, Tom, exactly. That's why whenever someone gets, you just saw, like, whenever someone gets hooked first, I'm just like, nope, I gotta heal you. Or I not heal you. I gotta get you. Oh! I'm not exposing him? Hello? Oh, there we go. V got it. It's no biggie, yeah. Like I will ignore every single gen. For a slightly little unhook. Ooh. Okay, good, he went that way. I do love 2v, or not 2v, I mean, I love 2v8. I do love RPG. Oh, was it the Fung Min? Wait, are you talking about the, wait, who's Frustration? I'd say probably an older version of Cold Tower or Blood Lodge. Okay, yeah. What would you say now is your favorite map, though? Oh, they're dead. Okay, bye. Ooh, you're all the way over there. Goodbye. Ah, poops. Oh my god, Gabriel, your flippy flappy feet sounds are so flippy flappy. Oh, nice. Well, then I'm gonna do the gen. I'm so skilled right now. That's fair, Tom. Besides RPD, are there any of the maps that are just like, ugh? Are you digging? Are you doing a digging down? Oh my god, you're so cute. Midwich? I'm not a fan of Midwich. Killer or Survivor. Although, if I am on Twins, I'm okay with it. Ooh, someone just got yoinked. These killers are doing really well. Ooh! You know what? I like the Toba landing and I like the alien map. I like both those. Was it Toba and... I can't remember. I don't remember. I'm not a fan of Midwich, though. Nostromo! That's it. Yeah, homie. I ain't gonna hold you. Oh, that's Spades! Okay, actually, I was just about I was just about to say, homie, I'm not gonna go across the... Oh, you're fine. You got both of the other survivors, sir. Teabag me, teabag me, teabag me! Look at my booty! Oh, are we worried that these two players are not gonna do anything? Are we worried? Oh, no, okay. I think they're doing something. Okay. Alright, hopefully I can run. Don't heal me. Okay. Okay. Alright, Spades. You and me live. Oh, wait, the other person has no hooks. I want Spades and I to get Hatch. But the other game, the Fung Min has no hooks. So I don't think it's looking good. Bother me! What did I do? Oh! You know what, Spade? Wait, hold on. Oh. Oh, no! Oh, no. Double screwed. And I know there's no pallet here. Oh, shit. Oh, no! That's right. That's all right. You run him. Actually, no, this is fine because it... Oh, damn it. Damn! I was gonna say they hook me and you get Hatch. Damn! Teabag me! Teabag me! Teabag me. Okay, I should be able to use my power soon. What is that one, like, GG's! Oh my god. GG's. Lorax, that's what it is. I was in the dog camp. Was it just my ass in the dog camp? Oh my god. No way. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking come. That was so funny. Oh my god, speaking of coming, I have to play ads. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. That was so funny. I didn't realize the dog cam. That was awesome. Oh man. Was that like the Lorax dance? You know what I'm talking about? I didn't think I was gonna make it. I was just wanting to get a pallet. That's my second lucky hatch spawn. The first one was when we were on the PTB and I was doing a gen. Spades got hooked and died. You gotta stop groping my leg, Jasper. You gotta stop. It's scaring the heck out of me. And I was working on a gen and the hatch spawned like 2 feet from my gen. I was really lucky. Whew. Oh, my mouse is dying, guys. Oh shit, actually, I don't know where my charger is for this. Hold on. Everything's still like moved. Oh shoot. That's not it. I think this is it. Ugh. Yes. Excuse me, Eileen. Oh, this is why that makes... I see. Okay. That's why that's been blinking. My bad. Sorry. Ah! Why was that so bright? Ew! There we go. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm blind. Whoa! Why was that? No, Tom, literally. Why was that so bright? I was gonna bother you and he said it was okay, do it and scare you. Why would he wish that upon me? That's so rude. Tell him he's rude. Oh, hello, generator. Hey, look, it's RPT again, guys. Oh, man. I'm not gonna lie, that, that hatch escape is gonna get me through the next week. Take her, not me. Nice. Nice. Wraith and Billy. I don't see this going well for me, guys. Good night, Spooky Dragon! I always say good night, Spooky Dragon. Bareback. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's do it. I wish we could have people join our lobbies when we're doing killer queues, but we can't do it because we're gonna killer queue. Or else we would be doing open lobbies right now. Ooh, you know what? I am super duper grateful that I haven't had a nemesis on RPD yet, because that would be so annoying. 4 zombies on this map? Or Leary's? Oh my god, KMS. Oh, speaking of killing myself, did you guys see that picture I posted on Twitter of that person that just goes kill yourself, like 3 or 4 times on my Instagram? For no reason. For what reason, Master Chief? They just go KYS, KYS, KYS. Like, I didn't even do anything. I was just drinking G Fuel, and this homie just goes, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself. I'm just like, why? What did I do? Ah, I'm gonna kill myself. That person on Instagram was right. Also, hi, Fancy! Everyone say hi, Fancy. Oh, there's no pallet here. Oh, it's... Tom, if I had a nickel for every time someone on the internet has told me to kill myself, I would not have to beg people for money on the internet. Put the salt shakers down. Everyone say hi, Fancy! Also, thank you for the shout out. Crashing out, guys. I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out. So tough for that. What a menagerie of survivors we have here. A Gabriel, a David, and a Jane walk into a bar. X. Somebody banned Dirtface. Somebody banned Dirtface. Look at this fedora. Oh my god, look at the Discord. Look at the Discord kitten. The Dwight. Oh, watch out! Oh, wait, who did I say? I don't remember. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ah! Oh, do you think I could hold him? Fuck. You did technically hold him. Can we get a shout out for Derpy, please? I'm pretty sure he's live right now. Everyone go follow Derpy. Same movie throwing a tantrum. Is it because I didn't save her? Oh, I missed that. My bad. Thank you for the shout out for Derpy! This is not a good game. You know, it's because I said I peaked earlier, and now I'm just like... Oh, really, Spades? Yeah. Well, that's what happens on RPD. Thank you, mods. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Oh, she came back! Yippee! Yeah, give the mods your money. Imagine just banning him live on stream. You did exactly! See, Fancy gets it. Also, Fancy. I thought I was on the wrong scene for a second. Oh my god. You guys would tell me, right? Wait, teabag me again. I needed it for content. I needed it for a YouTube video. Oh, shit nipples. I just wanted the flashlight save. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No! Yes! Oh my god. Thank you, girly. Rod is the worst map for saves because you spawn on the other side of the universe and the killers are in the middle just intercepting anyone going for saves. Yeah, it's hard. To unhook, yeah. How many mods are there so I can give money? 10. Right? Including me or not including me? Salt shakers. Honestly, that worked way longer than it should have. You're so right. But if you guys do see this Pally GG link that's in the mod command, that anytime someone gives money to the Pally GG, I don't see a single cent that goes to all the mods that are currently signed up for the Pally. I think there's only 3 mods signed up for it. I don't think any of the new mods signed up for it. Ooh, if they did, I haven't seen it yet. $60 US! Holy shit. Buy yourself something nice, sweetheart. And they do get them split between them. GG's. That was a fun game. Yeah, that's the Pally GG. The only time I had the money go to me is when I had 2 mods that didn't have PayPal, and so I just cash apped the money to them. So the money went to me, and then I cash apped them. But that's the only time the money ever like went to me, but it never actually like stayed with me. But as of right now, the Pally just goes straight to the mods. I know, Fancy. There's no expectation or like requirements for the mods set up for it, but if the mods would like some financial compensation, because I understand that I'm broke and I want to financially compensate my mods, but unfortunately, I can't do that. The tax implications? Oh, yeah, I did have to pay tax on it, yeah. It's fine. It was fine. It wasn't like that much, you know. You pay your mods? No, I don't. That's what the Pally GG is for. I can barely afford to live. I can barely afford to keep myself alive. Yeah, Slasher Bunny. Yeah, Slasher Bunny. Oh, Spades, did you like my birthday thing to you? For your birthday card? Oh man, I had a guffaw. I thought that was funny. Yeah, because for me, because it would go through PayPal, I was taxed on it. It made me cry, laugh. Come here, come here, come here, boo, come here, boo, come here, come here, come here, boo, come here, come here, boo, come here. No, I don't want to rub your belly. I want you to come here. Boo, come here. Oh, he's my big, special boy. Oh, thank you. He's like, Mom, I don't want to get out of bed, Mom. I don't want to get out of bed, Mommy. But you gotta pay the tax. You have to pay the toll. And you have to be cute on camera.
Help is on the way, dear!
Gollum! Wait, was Smeagol take? I'm joking. Yo, welcome, Hit Raiders! What is up? What's up, DJ? Is it Stooky? Look, in. What's up, Gollum? How is your stream? Welcome in. Oh my god. What's up, Commander Space Dog? What's up, Gollum? Welcome in! You're more precious than any ring. Oh my god, I love that you said that. Because I'm currently wearing my Lord of the Rings bracelet. Yes, sir. My Lord of the Rings bracelet. Yes, sir. I've never been scared ever. How was your DBD? What is happening? What is happening right now? Why are we getting double rated? What's up, Pup? Oh my god. Pup, meet my pup. Yeah, you gotta come back, don't you? Charlie! Oh, now you want to come. Oh, now you want to come. Now you want to come. Charlie, treat! Oh, now you want to come. Yeah, I bet you do. Me? Nope. Up. Good boy. Who's a good yogis? Who's good pups? Thank you so much for the raids! Guys, welcome in. Dankos, I did put them upstairs. That way I don't have to cry anymore. PixelX Gollum! I'm trying to think of a good line. Like, taters? What's taters, precious? Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. The rock and curl is nice and curl, so just the fruit. There you go. There's some golem lines for you. More cake! Oh my god, slay. Yo, Pup, welcome in. Zed the Red Pup, welcome in. Brand Crow, welcome in. How was your guys' streams? Thank you guys so much for raids. How was your guys' streams? Welcome in. We're currently doing some 2v8 Dead by Daylight. Nathan! Thank you for the forehead, Casey. Welcome in. We are currently doing some doobity 2v8. We're about to do our last killer match. Oh, we had like the sluttiest little hatch escape earlier. It was so awesome. How are your games? The game's been super fun. I'm not gonna lie. I did have a really bad, like, I've had a really bad migraine for the past couple weeks. And that's been really frustrating. And today it's kind of been on and off. I'm at an off time, so my headache isn't as bad right now. I'm currently doing this challenge where I'm drinking the Teabagger G Fuel. And anytime I get teabagged, whether as a survivor or a killer, I have to drink some G Fuel. Nobody's teabagging me! What the fuck? It's obnoxious. So, they're really ruining this YouTube video for me. But I hope you guys had the best stream. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the raid. Everyone go follow Pup. Everyone go follow Gollum. Please get your post-stream self-care. Go get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Shut the fuck up, Space. You guys want to see what Space put in the chat? Yo, if any hackers see this, teabag my teammate. That's crazy. Yeah, can you guys teabag me? Thank you, Pup. 2v8 chaos with the Banana Clan. Hell yeah. Shot every time she gets teabagged. I'm trying to. Only if I knew it was you. Yeah, but you wouldn't know, right? Oh, Jamoy. But seriously, thank you guys so much for the raid. If you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream on the internet. We're currently doing some DBD Dead Dog Saloon with one of my moderators slash friends, Spade System. And, yeah. I'm not very good at this game. But we're here for a good time, not a long time, and that's what matters. Oh, here we go. What a terrible... Wait, am I in a chase with somebody? Wait, am I in a chase? Wait. Am I in a chase with somebody? Come here. Oh, man. You're so skinny, Claire! You're so skinny! Oh! Hello? What do you mean? Oh, this gamer's gonna teabag me. Watch. Oh, I'm so getting teabagged right here. Watch. Oh! Alright, I'm gonna go to this gen because they're working on it. Hold on. Like, is it so hard to get teabagged? Is it so hard? Look at all these gamers. Holy shit nipples. Guys, I don't think I'm doing very well this game. Hold on. What? Oh, I was like, what if? I do know someone's up here. I'm kind of going to go and pressure this real quick. Oh my god. Guys, I can't make this LG if I'm gonna play this ass. Let's see. Whoa! Oh, okay. I was about to cry if that didn't hit her. That didn't hit her?! Spades. I'm here to help. Yes! Yes! Guys, I got my first down. Yep. Oh, I still can't break that because I'm ass at this game. It's fine. I'm not gonna be able to get the grab on this person, but... Oh, slut my butt. What? What the fuck? Alright, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna crash out. In like 0.5 seconds, I'm gonna crash out. fancy. Oh, okay. I thought it didn't hit for a second. I was gonna cry. No! No! Spades, help me! Guys, I'm gonna crash out! I need more bullets! Oh, you're like... Whoa! Was she lagging or am I lagging? I can't tell. Maybe both of us? Maybe both of us are lagging. Hold on. What are the odds? What are the odds? What are the odds? No, man. Oh my god, guys, we're ass! Guys, I can't play this video game. We were doing so well. What happened to me, guys? You know what? It's because I said LG, isn't it? You guys know, as soon as I say LG, it's game over for me. Oh, poops. Whoa, holy lag, Batman. Oh, I got 10% speed from spades, I think. I'm a potato. It's bad. I'm playing like absolute donkey balls. The server is acting spoily, seeing it. No, hold on, wait, bitch. I did something. I did something. I did something. I did it. Did I have to hold my teammate's hand? Yeah, and I'd do it again. Break this tower if I can. That's alright. Don't call it a comeback. Oh, hello, love. I have no reason to chase you over here, right? There's no gen over here. And I'm gonna add some pressure here. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. I'll take it. You know what? I would play like this too if there's 3 gens left and we don't have that many hooks. I would have done the same thing. Shit. Oh, the headache is coming back. That's alright. That's alright. We do have 3 gens over here. And then there's that one over there, right? Oh! I ain't gonna hold you, Serena. I did not see you. I had no clue you were here. Damn. Much too slow. I am gonna keep chasing her though because she is by where the gens are. Making sure there's no progress on them. Holy lag, Batman. Holy! I need more bullets! Oh my god, the rubber band is crazy. Can I get that? Oh. If I was tier 3, I'd get that. Teabag me! Come on, I'm doing so poorly. Teabag me. You know what? I'm actually gonna go back to the gens. Oh, she was going this way. Damn. Yes. Keep running towards the gens, my love. Alright, that's fully regressed. Ah, too short. Whoa! Damn. The one time I wanted her. I'm gonna keep staying over here because we have the gens over here. Holy lag, Batman! Help me! I'm so scared. The lag is so bad. I'm surprised I even got that. Holy shit. Alright. I still want to hang out over here. Because we have 4 gens right here. Actually, this is kind of crazy. We have 4 gens right here. This could work out really well for us. Especially with spades being an Oni. Did I say 4? I meant 3. Well, Spades is killing people. Because Spades is actually good at this video game. That has no progress. Alright. They have to be all at that gen then. I am gonna go back and check over here though. Yeah, they did get that one done. Alright. Oh, they're gonna start. Oh, get that door, eh? There you are. Ooh! What? Why was she running into me? I'm so confused. What is happening? Maybe the Jill was Death Hook? Oh, Jasper. That's mommy's leg. Yo, Spades is killing people. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Oh, okay. Yeah, that person hasn't been hooked yet. Okay. That's why I think they were purposely taking hits, I think. Teabag me! It's for a video. This game sucks. Someone please teabag me. Hatch. Let me close it. I played like absolute donkey balls. No, that was the so I imagine the lag was probably worse for you as an Oni. Because for me, if I M2 and I miss, it's like no big deal, right? Like I just go and I M1. But with you, when you're M2ing, that like that takes a long time to recover from that. Were you really? Yeah, but I wasn't that bad. Like, I was definitely lagging, but I feel like the survivors are lagging more than I was. At least it felt like the survivors were lagging more than I was. Not a single time that I played Killer tonight did a survivor teabag me, and I am so freaking upset about it. I really wanted to make this YouTube video, and I'm sad. Right? Especially since I was playing, like, donkey balls. You're right, I should have pumped people. Here, coming to a custom. You want to do one more Survivor game? Want to do one more Survivor game? It's okay if you don't want to. Yeah? Okay, cool. I'm, like, pouting right now. Like, how does that happen? All right, I have to do an ad, guys. Ads now. No ads in game. 3 more algaes. Blech. Guys, ad now. No ad in game. Oh, I still have to work out. Oh, I think this is Undertale. I think it's a song from Undertale. I don't know. I've never played Undertale before, but I don't know. I heard it from something, and it just sounded so fun. I'm trying to do like my Duolingo really quickly because I don't want to miss my streak. I didn't get to my Duolingo. Hold on. Got it. Okay. I just did the first lesson to make sure I didn't miss my streak. Let's go. Yo, day 69. Let's go. Day 69. Learning Scottish Gaelic. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Nice. Oh my god. Nancy, I almost pissed myself. Like, literally, thank God my kegels are amazing. Because I almost beat. That was so scary. Holy! Is it Wesker and Oni? Who's the other one? Don't you guys? Did you guys know that last month, that emote is my most used emote across all platform or all streams? Usually it's the bongo cat. Sounds pretty heckin' cool. I'm glad you guys like the tee-hee. Aw, poo. Teabag me. Be a good girl. Oh my god, guys, I got teabagged! Whoa! Are you... I think an item tech me for a second. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, it's a Rin. Wait, hold on. We gotta sip the teabagger for the teabagging. Oh my god, the pumpkin. I love the pumpkin. Pix Licka, obviously. I like Sniffa, but Licka. What's the sitch? Pixus is one of my favorite emotes to use ever. I love Pixus. Yeah, Pixus is it's just so good. Because it's Jasper's catitude, but then it's also like, it's just so good. I use it all the time. Pixus. Pix Innocent. Pix Kiss, obviously. I probably use Pix Kiss the most. Literally, Tom. Yeah. Oh, Pix Malort, Avi. Wash Wigan! Oh my god, again. My kegels are so good. Also, this is evidence I really need to pee. Perfect. And I get to heal. Let's go. Oh, is that Pix Ara? Oh no. No, that's Della's emote. Oh, Ilu? Close enough. Oh yeah, Duffy marbles. I think my head feels okay enough for marbles. Marbles. Thank you for the reminder. Oh my god, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Got Wind and Rose stuck in my head. I need my bullets. You know what? I missed that skill check because I was getting off to go save these homies, obviously. Oh, they're already getting saved. Just kidding. Rock and stone. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Reggie. She's over there! Get her! I'm excited for marbles. I don't think we did marbles on Monday. Oh no, because I was sad. I was bad mood. So we did not do marbles on Monday. What's up, Moon Bun? Moon Bun, happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. Oh, wait a minute. Spades finally went down after like 10 minutes. What did I do? Nothing. Excellent. Good boy. Good submissive Albert. I hope you've had a fantastic week so far. Moonbun. And friends. Anyone else in chat? Oh, also! Midweek check-in. How has everyone's week been so far? And what are we looking forward to this weekend? I absolutely love that for you. I got a new monitor so I can kiss Gale in HD. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna need you to hold out for like one more game. This is the last game. This is LG. I need you to hold out for one more game. They are! Honestly, maybe it's a good thing that we're ending when we are, eh? I could play 2v8 for 3 weeks straight. I really could. I am super bummed. Super duper omega bummed that I did not get to play as long because of my migraine. Almost here, actually. No, my love. So I feel like I missed out like an entire week of 2v8. Well, I mean, I did miss out on a whole week of 2v8 because of this stupid migraine, but I'm really glad that they extended it. I'm so glad that they did. And I know a lot of people don't like it, and I totally get it, and I totally respect your opinion, even though it's wrong. Oh, piss! Nice, they finally got me. Oh, their boyfriend is here. Oh, almost. Eclipse! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, yeah, exactly. I love the blood points. 32 inch, 32 inch. So, how many monitors do you have now, Moonba? Is it? Did you replace a monitor that you have, or is this an addition? Also, Eclipse almost at 300 kisses. Okay, okay. Oh, ladies, hello. Did you just teabag me? Wasn't close enough. God, I can't stop looking at your butt. Lara, do you love me to give me bags? Do you love me enough to give me bags? What was the Wesker doing? Wait, what was he doing? Can I curve that? Can I curve that a little bit? That was really funny. He's like, Princess, no! My new main monitor. Oh, shitables. Let me take the hit for you. Oh. 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 Oh, she's... Oh. Oh! Wesker, please. I just want to play the video game. Why are we so aggressively oh, I guess the game's almost over. Okay, that's fine. Oh, shitables. Oh! I pressed fucking R instead of F. I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, no. I wish. I wish, Spades. Oh. I pressed R instead of F. That's so annoying. That's right. It is what it is. It's still a fun game. Was still fun. And you know what? I made it to the end. All the gens were done. There was a Dustin in this game? Since I have a new PC. Shut up. You're the second person that's getting a new PC that I know. My old one is a 24-inch. That will be my secondary. Bet. I love... I think... You know what's funny? I think we were just talking about this, too. I love a slutty little 24-inch. I think that's like my favorite size monitor. This monitor is a little bit bigger. It's 27 inches, and this was I think what I liked about this, which is my new main monitor. Well, not new. It's just oh yeah, it's my hoodie that I got from Hot Topic. Says Volt 33. Voltec. So this 27-inch was my OBS monitor, and what I loved the most about it was that I could fit a lot more chat on it. And unfortunately, this is not my old monitor. My Asus has to be like what? Don't I have a ruler in here? Where'd my ruler go? There it is. So, just measure this really quickly. 12. 21 inches? So this is about 21 inches. So going from, that's 6 inches less. And then, let's see. This is what? 12. So like, it's 14 inches high. This is 12 inches. So I'm losing 2 inches in height. And, what'd I say? 6 inches in width on my OBS monitor now. Which is fine. It's fine. It does make quite the difference, so I do have to, like, scroll up more, and I do miss a little bit more in chat, but it's fine. I'm getting used to it. It's fine. Yo, GG's! Thank you so much to Spades, first name Spades, last name System, for playing some DVD with me, and thank you so much for allowing me to yap and allowing me to like yap in between games and be bad at this video game, and I just appreciate you. I had so much fun. And also thank you for understanding me not want to be in comms, because it's not a you thing, it's a me thing. I'm gonna spend some BP into Ashley J. Williams really quickly, so jump scare, look away if you guys don't want to see Ash. He is prestige 85 right now. You guys can't see it. Oop, wrong button. Okay, anywho. He's prestige 85. We're about to be prestige 87. And don't forget, when he's done being prestige, when he's prestige 100, we will do an Ashley Williams day. And I will also be cosplaying him too. So, we have that to look forward to. Yep. Yep. Quit game. Yeah, sure. I had so much fun. Thank you so much for playing. We're gonna do some marbles. Spades, I will definitely try my. I'm actually gonna like purposely coordinate a day where you won't be there, or like I don't know, like you have like more important modular duties somewhere else or something, or you're just like, I'm just gonna be busy that day, you know. Maybe I could do it on a Saturday when you're like out of town, like at a horse thing. I think that could work out, right? All right. Really? I've seen like a curved one, but I've never like played on one. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to, because I'm not patient enough to wait for an adjustment. All right. What is this map? Where do our balls spawn? Oh, over there? Why did I spawn so far away? Alright. Guys, get your balls in! Once I have an idea of how many people are gonna be, oops, sorry. Once I have an idea of how many people are gonna be in the game, we'll start the prediction. I want to get a better idea of how many peeps and poops are gonna be playing. So if you guys are here right now and you're lurking and you want to, play some marbles, exclamation point play, Wheels, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissing. Oh, no way. Oh, Moon Bun. I have like 12, 13. I have anywhere between 12 and 15 pairs of prescription glasses right now because of my sponsors with Gunner. And I did a sponsored post before. Oh, no, these weren't blue light glasses. So, no, this was after Gunner. But I did another sponsored post for a different glasses company that was just, like, cosmetic glasses, not blue light. So, don't worry, I didn't, like, didn't do any contradiction. But they sent me 6 pair of prescription glasses. Not blue light, they're just regular glasses, but they're very cute. And then, wait, was it 6 or 4? It may have been 4. No, they just keep sending me them for free, and I was like, I will always take free prescription glasses when given the opportunity. So I have like a pair of glasses stashed in like every corner of my house. I have an extra pair of glasses in my car. I have an extra pair of glasses in my backpack that I travel with, like whenever I go to my parents' house or something. I have an extra pair of glasses or 2 in my like emergency like overnight bag. So if I ever need like leave the house immediately, like I have an overnight bag. Don't judge me. I have like 1 in each bathroom. It's just stashed in places. I need to make one too, Bravo Penguin. All right, guys, exclamation point play. I'm going to start the prediction, so you guys will have 2 minutes to get your prediction in here, and you'll have 2 minutes to get your balls in here too. How many balls? Well, you know, I'm going to do this on a different scene because my my monitor is so small. I actually can't do it on my OBS anymore. So, oh, I forgot I was charging my. What are you? A mouse. Almost called it a flashlight. Spend the night bag. Now I wouldn't say spend the night bag. More just like, yeah, if I ever need to, like, leave the house, like, an emergency or something. Emergency. Okay. How many balls will live? And how many balls we got? We have 13. So let's do, 0 to 6. Oh, this is a poll, you fucking idiot. Sorry. I'm tired. How many balls will live? 0 to 6. 7 plus. Does that work? Is that good? 2 minutes. I need my bullets. All right, there you go. Prediction started. All right, guys, got 2 minutes to spend your channel points. A go bag. I don't know why it was like flashlight. Huh? Also, thank you guys so much for the gifted subs, the lurkies, the turkeys, the titties, the biddies. Thank you for the raids. We had like so many raids tonight. Seriously, thank you guys so much. We had a triple raid earlier that was planned. Scared the heck out of me and the mods. We thought we were getting hate raided. Thank God it was from friends, so we knew like that we were good. And then we had a double raid a little bit ago. So seriously, thank you guys so much for all the love. What the hecky? Also, big shout out to the mods for everything that you guys do in stream and off stream. What was I doing? Oh, my Duolingo's already done. Perfect. Be all you can be. All right, what's our prediction looking like? Holy shit! 22,000 points to 13,000 points. The non-believers have a lot of channel points in there. Any believers? We'll do one more game, too. We'll do 2 games of this. No one gets left behind. Ooh, a tarot pull. I can do it. I can do that. Exclamation point tarot. I ain't gonna hold you. Why do you hate me? I'm not gonna lie. I had so much fun playing Killer today. It's a lot easier when it's 2v8 though, I'm not gonna lie. Nobody joining? What do you mean nobody joining? Get 13 people in here. Are you shaming our lurkers, Chip? They're all scared to raise me. Are you in here? Oh, I see you. Raven's covering you. Ooh, rah. Imagine shaming lurkers. No. There's no fucking way. Did you see how many times I shuffled this? We got the Page of Pentacles reversed again. I'm actually taking this out of the deck. I'm taking it out of the deck. We're not running it again. I shuffled this deck 20 fucking times. All right, hold on. Oh, let me read this first. Actually, you know what? Here, we'll play it. And I'll read this after this level. I can't believe we got the same GD card again. That's crazy. I shuffled it 1,000,001 times. Do you guys like my trick shot? Brother, you're Canadian too. What? Oh, it's like a big old cat hair in my nose. Oh, that's gonna annoy me. Sorry, hold on. This is more important. Alright, there we go. Alright. Who we chasing? Let's go over here. Oh, is this like clouds? What is going on? Do you guys see what I'm seeing? What is happening? What is happening in this level? What is happening? Pixel, can you not be in the end, please? What a weird level. Like, do you guys go down the runway or something? Oh, is this like an Air Force? Or not Air Force, an airport? Chip, thank you very much for the bit of roast. Oh my god, Tom. Holy shit. Wait. Oh. Whoa! Whoa. Oh, someone just died. Oh, Free Time just died. Oh, Chip just died. Moonbud died. Tom, are you hacking? Spades died. Alice died. Uh-oh. Rot-row. Top one! W Tom. I think that might be all of our dyers. 8 people are gonna live? Tom was definitely cheating. Tom! Oh my god, you did say that they're all afraid. That's true. Alright, Pixel, can you not embarrass me? In front of God and everybody. That's a weird level. That was a weird level. Alright, Pixel. Hurry up. Get in there. Get in there, Pixel. Get in there. What a weird level. Alright, GG's. 8 people lived. So, projection. 7+. Believers, just barely, too. Just barely the Believers won. Alright, let's start a new level. One more time. One more level, and then we'll call it, and we'll raid out. Oh my god. Are you guys excited for Resident Evil Requiem? Guys, exclamation point play. Get your balls in here. And then I'll read this tarot card for you guys. Oh, let's start a prediction, actually. Hold on. We'll do the same prediction. Alright, you guys got 2 minutes to get your predictions in here. Alright. We have the 6 of Cups in an upright position. This is the card of children and can represent working with adolescents, simplicity, playfulness, innocence, protection, and family. Take the support available for family and close friends. Oh, that's interesting. That don't apply to me. I don't have any sort of innocence or children or adolescents anywhere in my life. Interesting, Raven. Oh, nice, Remy! A lot of people have been playing a lot of, like, Resident Evil games, and I'm not gonna lie, I love that idea, but I'm honestly, like, burnt out of watching people play Resident Evil, because I've been watching all my friends play Resident Evil. I'm just like, guys, I'm at this point, was like, oh, I gotta stop watching, because I want to play Requiem, and I don't want to be, like, burnt out by it. A baby's gonna be left at my doorstep? Well, that baby's gonna have to find someone else to take care of it. Shit. That stork is gonna have to go and pick it up and put it somewhere else. Cause I ain't gonna take it. People are always like, you're gonna change your mind about wanting babies. And it's like, am I? Cause I'm a 33-year-old lady and I still do not want any crotch goblins. Thank you. Like, if my brother and his wife have one, or however many they want to have, sure, go for it. Have a child. I'm not taking care of it, though. Oh, I still need to play Poppy Playtime. I only ever played the free chapter, and that was the only one I did. Oh, the red, white, and blue. All right. Predictions done. 10 seconds left to get your balls in here. I was only able to lurk Tom's stream when he was playing it because I had to avoid spoilers. Boop. Alright, let's look at the level now. Oh, we've played this level before. We've played these games before. I don't think anyone really dies on this level. Right? I don't think so. Ziploc babies because they were C-sections? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Did you just make that up right now? I've never heard that before. I've never heard that before. That's actually super funny. Oh, look. There's our previous winner. Oh, TJ Gundam, hacker. Marinero, who's in first? Remy! Remy's in first. I'm gonna say, oh, Bravo Penguin Zippo, baby. Oh, well, you guys keep me young and breedable, submissive and breedable. Oh, okay, Spades. All right. Well, looks like a lot of people are going to be getting banned because you are in last place. All right. Oh! Eclipse is safe so far. For now. That was some good shit because I also understand. That's very funny. Oh, Gundam's cheating. Well, Gundam's ghost is cheating. That's a ghost ball. Guys, I finally learned what ghost balls were. Holy sh- Oh, I thought Remy just died. Alright. Alright, Alice and Raven. This is your round to lose. Don't worry. Raven usually dies inexplicably. Usually. Oh! This is how people are gonna die. This is the moving platform one. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, we're gonna see some people die! Alright. Oh, Raven. No way! Raven made it. Okay, she's actually hacking. Alice can definitely make it if she gets into a hole. Oh, you gotta get into a hole faster, baby. Nope. No! I made it! No way! Oh, Alice died. No. Oh no! Shadowhawk is gone! You guys gotta get out of those holes. Marshmallow's in. Guys gotta get in those holes. Get the holes! Oh! Chip made it. Moonbun made it. Free Time made it. Remy made it. Oh, that's it. That's the prediction, right? Oh, bye, Bravo Penguin. My Callisto to a star. Oh, bye, Tom. Bye, Clips. Bye, Spades. Yo, wait, did 7 people live? Nice. What was the prediction? I don't remember. Was it 0? What was the prediction? 7 plus! So it was 11.7 thousand points. Thought 0 to 6 people were gonna live. Or, yeah, 0 to 6 people gonna live. And 11.6 thousand people thought 7 plus people were gonna live. So, believers, right? Because that, wait, hold on, I can't see. 7 people lived. So, believers win again. Where's my Google? Choose outcome. W believers. GG's. That was awesome. Thank you guys very much for playing these silly little marbles games with me. These are so much fun. And also, shout out to Alice for remembering. Because I forgot! Let's find someone to raid. Oop, I opened up Twitter. I don't want that one, Twitch. All the mods but Raven lived or died? Oh, all the mods died but Raven? Good girl. Changed my Callisto to a star. Second game mod one. What's up, Kim? Kim, thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your guys' time zone. Bum, 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 bum. I know, Tom, you flew. Oh, you know what? How long are you still gaming? Aren't you British? Shouldn't you like be like asleep? I can't tell. All right. Oh my god, he's laughing. Okay, I thought he was crying. All right, well, we're gonna raid Why Hey I'm Joe. He is currently playing Resident Evil Village, and he's playing it with mods. Oh my god, it's fucking cursed. He's like crying, laughing. Hold on. Oh, hold on. And he's waiting for his partner application too. So I want to send your asses over to him. Also, if you guys haven't seen Resident Evil Village, he is playing the DLC for it. So, oh my god, I can't even look at this anymore. It's so bad. The mods are so bad. I actually think this is the end of Village. I can't tell. I don't know. Either way, he's waiting for his partner application, so I want to like help boost that a little bit. I can't watch this. This is cursed. You guys have to see this. Thank you guys for the raid commands. Don't forget to, guys, if you want to get some G Fuel, use code Kitten for 30% off. I will see you guys on Friday with some Resident Evil Requiem, because I'm pretty sure I pre-ordered it. I don't remember. If I didn't, we'll have to find out. Aren't you British? No, but like, I was like, why are you still awake is what I meant. I hope you guys had the best night ever. If you guys could be anything in this world, be kind. From the bottom of my butt, I love you guys so much because it's bigger than my heart. I'll see you guys on Friday. I love you. Bye-bye! Oh my god. Abby, I hope you had the best stream ever.